I don't have a slide clicker.
I think there might be some folks still in the breakfast room, but the people that matter are in their seats.
We're just waiting on a few people and a clicker for our slides, and then we'll get moving. Welcome to everybody that's online too. We do not. How close are we? 2. And we're waiting for a quorum. So waiting for a few more. Thank you. If you're sitting up in the front with us, Rick, you get to be under the spotlight. Oh, there's Greg. All right, we're just waiting to make sure that we've established a quorum. While we're doing that, the meeting minutes were sent out to IBCC on February 27th following our February meeting. If there are any edits or suggestions on those meeting minutes, please let us know. Hearing no suggested edits, we'll go ahead and put those meeting minutes into the final record. And as we're waiting for the quorum, I'll just bring up the agenda so we can take a look at what the day holds for us. As you can see, it's a pretty full agenda for today. We'll kick it off with our welcome, a message from our chair, a couple CWCB updates, administrative, and a note about drought. And then we're going to jump into our no and low regrets facilitated conversation. That is going to be the bulk of our day. And we are going to need to kind of stay on it and move as quickly through it as we can. We'll break at 11 o'clock. And maybe we can get out and get a little bit of light since our room is a bit dark. We also have these kind of side conference rooms available. So I just want to note that if you, we'll have a couple like breakout sessions. So if you want to get a little bit more light, you can head out there. And then we had to move a couple of things around in the afternoon. So our interstate updates will be right after lunch. And then we'll jump back into our facilitated conversation. Ending with a recap, some next meeting planning, maybe a bit of a evaluation of how this process is going, and some closing thoughts. We have some time for public comment as well, and then we're aiming for a 4 o'clock end. And now we do have a quorum, so we can go ahead and move forward. That message from the chair.
All right. Well, thank you all for being here. And for some of you I got to see last night, it was inspiring for the day. So we'll just leave it at that word. I think we're gonna have a good day. And I like to take every meeting, a moment in every meeting to acknowledge really the work of this group, but the fact that it is a volunteer group, and the time and effort that you take to dedicate to this committee is important. And I also have reflected a bit on, as we're continuing this work on the no and low regrets, I have reflected back on the first water plan and the second water plan, and the work that this group has done has been woven into a lot of Colorado's future. And I think that's important to recognize. Sometimes as we sit here and we contemplate, I'm so busy today. What could I be doing? And this and that. But remembering like this has long-term impact. And people want to see their fingerprints on the future. And make a difference. And I just want to remind folks that this group has, but when I look at this group currently, I am even more excited. And I said this at the breakfast table that I am, there is some amazing people that innovative thinkers that are with us and are pushing the needle. So I just want to thank you all again for your commitment, and I'm excited to continue the no and low regrets discussion focused on storage, a very important topic. In February, you all started these discussions at our meeting in Denver, and since then, the subcommittee has been doing a significant amount of additional work and been meeting monthly, which is a big deal. And to continue to move that effort forward, they've been focused on working with the CWCB staff. And I know there's plans to try to work in coordination with the CWCB board. And I want to acknowledge board members in the audience. So thank you. And they're really focusing on refining the no and low regret schedule and how the IBCC roundtables can generate ideas that will become Colorado's next no and low regrets. We get to hear from the subcommittee on those efforts and the direction moving forward. I'm excited for that. So I'm here. I hear that there are some folks that really are pushing and making sure a lot of work gets done. So we'll be getting updates today also on the current conditions. If you drove from anywhere within the state of Colorado, Ken, who might have driven the furthest, I think you got to see how the drought is affecting every part of the state, and that really is in the backdrop of a lot of the interstate issues that we are currently navigating. This year, there's an incredible amount of regulatory uncertainty, an unprecedented drought, and then throw on top of that a challenging budget year. So I think as I did my drive up, I reflected on how much more emphasis that puts on the work that we are doing, the no and low regrets. Not high regrets, but no and low regrets. We'd like to have low regrets or no regrets. But this is going to help Colorado face our water challenges under any future. And it's difficult when we look at a year like this year. It's hard to plan for years like this. It is hard to plan for years like this, but not planning for it is not an option. And we need to be able to face our water challenges under any future scenario. One thing I do know is while it may be difficult to plan for this, it's much more difficult if you don't. And if you don't have a backup. And we see that that's kind of in the backdrop of what we're doing in the interstate issues, is that we're really struggling. We have to get our house in order, but particularly in Colorado, that's going to make us stronger. And we've been on the leading edge of water innovation and solutions. This renewed effort to inform the water plan continues that tradition by drawing out stakeholder-driven solutions and continuing that legacy of using our grassroots network to drive statewide water strategies. As I've reflected on this last year, the IBCC and the Basin Roundtables are our upper hand. Like the fact that we already have these structures in place, that this isn't happening in the other states the same way. There's not a voice for the little guy in a lot of states. And I think that's incredibly important to moving forward. And I get really proud of the fact that this was even created, but then also the fact that it's still here. And as times change, we're trying to mold and mend with the times and get better and do better and figure out our place. And I think we're there. as we do these no and low regrets, the technical update, the basin implementation plans, ultimately the water plan, I know everybody's looking forward to getting back to that. All the work together articulate our vision for the future and the collective vision for the future. And I'm very proud of that. So they also quantify our collective risk. And I think we also are able to build a shared understanding of our future challenges and ultimately inspire the on the ground work that will make Colorado more resilient for any future. Like we can't, these years are difficult, but we need to be able to recover from them. And that's one of the things that I see with the work that we're doing. We're going to inform, the work today is going to inform the statewide water planning process, which underscores the significant roles of this committee. It's not just a getting together a few times a year. There's a lot that and spending time with our colleagues, but it is it's important work. And so we have to look at the issues before us through a lens of what makes sense for Colorado as a whole. And that's why we ask you all to put on that statewide hat. We encourage you to look beyond just your sector, just your interest, but beyond just your local basin or district, but really say what can bring Colorado together and how do we move together into the future. So you're going to bring all your experience and expertise to these discussions, but focus your effort on identifying things that are really good for Colorado. And I think the conversation today is important for that. The stakes are high. The stakes are incredibly high. And you all know that. You all know that. This year sucks, literally. Literally. Sorry for the technical term, Heather. Um, but there these conditions that we're experiencing right now are essentially what gave rise to this group. Recall that 2002 was the worst drought year on record at that time. And that's what inspired this group and the Basin Roundtables. The need to plan for a more resilient future. Thank goodness we already have this in place right now. Thank goodness. As I sat with my friends last night who were talking about their individual basins, that wasn't there in 2002. We weren't able to sit across a fire pit and say, this is what's happening now. This is what's happening in my basin. We didn't have the opportunity to cross basin reflect that way and build empathy across basins. And I'm very appreciative of that. So this effort only succeeds if you all lead and seize the responsibility given to you by your roundtables or the governor. If you are a governor's rep. Oh, I thought that was your phone, Andy. I was like, cue. But this really remember that the responsibility to represent their interests in these statewide discussions that impact all of Colorado. We need you to rise above the regional or self-interest and focus on statewide outcomes. That's why the IBCC was created. That's why it exists. Again, I reflected on who's on this committee right now, and it's what makes me excited. So there's such a broad grasp of concepts and ability to be innovative, and that makes me so happy. So as we begin today, I want you to focus on this work, be open, listen carefully, and acknowledge trade-offs and work towards solutions. Your leadership matters. This work matters, and the outcomes can shape the next decade or beyond of Colorado water planning. So thank you all. Again, thank you all for this. I know it's volunteer work and many took extreme effort to get here. So appreciate you all, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, clap. That's good. I like that. Thank you, Becky. That's really inspiring. So I really appreciate that. I just have a few CWCB updates and some framing for today's conversation, and then we'll get into our no and low regrets. Before we transition into today's discussion on storage, I want to ground us in the context that continues to shape Colorado's water future, and that's drought. This water year has been extraordinary, and we're experiencing the warmest start to the water year that Colorado's ever seen in its recorded history. It's among the driest conditions we've seen. I don't have to tell you guys this. I know you know. River flows are expected to remain low through the summer, and we're seeing significant impacts. Earlier this month, Colorado moved into phase 3 of the state drought response plan. And the speed at which conditions develop this year is something we should all really be paying attention to. It offers a glimpse of the types of challenges we may be facing more frequently as temperatures rise and snowpack dynamics continue to change. And the reason I start here is because today's storage conversation is not happening in a vacuum. Storage, along with conservation, reuse, watershed health, efficiency, is part of how Colorado adapts to a future that's likely to be hotter and drier and more variable. So I want that to frame our conversation today. I also want to briefly just highlight our upcoming, what we're soft branding as the Fall Forum. We wanted to give it a name that was a little different than C9 because we wanted to kind of set expectations. This is a gathering to bring together water leaders, just like the C9, but it's probably going to be a smaller effort, a little bit shorter, following a one-day IBCC workshop. And it'll really be colored by our no and low regrets conversations, as well as some of the work that I know Kelsey's been doing over the last year, reflecting back on the Water for the 21st Century Act and the work that we've done over the last 20 years. So I just wanted to put that on your radar. We are planning for October 8th. That's right at the last day of the Sustaining Watershed Summit, which is in Avon. Hoping to kind of capitalize on some of the people that will already be in the area and bringing together Colorado's water leaders for our IBCC meeting and this event workshop and reception to follow the IBCC meeting. So make sure you mark your calendars. I think Jeff's going to send out a calendar invite for you all today, but October 8th is the day for our fall forum. Now, for framing today's conversation on storage, I just want to walk through a few things. Sometimes when we gather around a topic like storage, there's a temptation to try to solve every challenge associated with it. Storage, as you all know, is a very complex topic and involves municipal needs, agricultural needs, environmental considerations, financing, permitting, regional differences. And we don't have to solve every problem here today. The goal is much more focused. We're trying to identify no and low regret strategies that can help us move forward regardless of what future conditions ultimately emerge. We're looking for practical ideas that have broad value, broad applicability, and a reasonable likelihood of success under any conditions. Just as importantly, we're trying to identify where additional conversations, analysis, or investment might be needed in the future. I really want you to think about today's work as a roadmap. It doesn't answer every question. It helps us understand where we should go next and where we need to spend more time. The perspective is important because today's discussion is intended to inform future statewide planning efforts like the water plan, as Becky mentioned. This is not the final word on storage. I want to remind you all of where we've been. We're not starting from scratch. You've been developing this approach for well over a year. And if we think about some of the other efforts that informed it beyond a year, the no and low regrets effort has already involved substantial discussion and significant contributions from IBCC members, CWCB staff, the roundtables, and the no and low regrets subcommittee. A lot of work has gone into identifying our themes, reviewing previous planning efforts, crosswalking and evaluating ideas. So the draft materials that you have today reflect that effort and the iterative process that we have used to get to where we are today. It gives us an opportunity to spend some time refining, improving, and strengthening our ideas rather than beginning with a blank sheet of paper. The work that's already been done provides us a really strong foundation for today's discussion and will help us move more quickly today. I won't say too much about the no and low regret subcommittee work because I know we're going to have a presentation on that a little bit later in the day. But I do want to just thank the no and low regret subcommittee for all of the work that they've done, meeting monthly, kind of moving a lot of important items forward. And what we really have seen is across all of the strategies and concepts you all have submitted, there's some clear recurring themes that emerged across a lot of different conversations. And the subcommittee and staff have reviewed those themes and pulled out some common ideas and organized them into a structure to support today's conversation. And that work was really intentional to help us move more efficiently through our conversation today. So we don't have to spend today generating dozens of new concepts. We want to provide a starting point that allows us to focus on areas where meaningful progress is possible. Okay, I think it's especially clear about what we're asking this group to accomplish today. Our first objective is to refine the draft no and low regret statements. And we only need to find a few that we all agree on. I brought up this image from the 2013 no and low regrets. These are the two no and low regrets statements that touched on storage out of that entire body of work. So I want you all to take a minute to look at that. We're not trying to create a detailed implementation plan. We're identifying strategic directions and the types of actions that can support them. The successful strategies in 2013 were relatively concise. They established direction and then they identified some follow-up actions that could advance that direction. And that's really the model that we're working towards. So if we leave today with strong draft statements and meaningful supporting actions, we've accomplished what we set out to do. I want you guys to consider a few additional priorities. And I think this is really important for managing expectations of the conversation today. We've given approximately 90% draft language in that document that we shared. It's not 100%, it's not perfect, it's not final. And I want to emphasize that because we can get stuck trying to resolve the last 10%, but the reality is there's going to be future opportunities to refine these ideas with the Basin Roundtable review and additional feedback. And ideas can come back to the IBCC to be tweaked along the way. The process is intentionally iterative. The most productive thing we can do today is to identify where there's broad agreement and note where additional work might be needed and keep moving. The progress is more valuable than perfection at this stage. So, what's ahead? I'd like to close today by this framing portion with what I think is the most important perspective. Storage is only one of 8 no and low regrets topics that we've identified. We also have space to identify more. After today, we still have 7 additional conversations ahead of us. And that means we have to think about this effort as a whole, not just our storage conversation today. The success of no and low regrets won't be determined by whether we perfectly resolve everything in storage today. It'll be determined by whether we can successfully identify meaningful strategies across all 8 topics and create a body of work that can guide Colorado's future planning efforts. And that's going to require pacing, that's going to require some discipline, and we have to keep the long game in mind here. One of the quotes that came to mind is the challenge is not to do the maximum possible today. The challenge is to do enough today that you can keep showing up tomorrow until the work is done. I think that captures what we need to do today. And with that, I think we can close it up and hand it over to Kelsey.
All right. Excuse me. Good morning, everyone. Some of you I saw grabbed the summary of the Basin Roundtable's printout. Did everyone grab them? Okay. All right. So I'm going to pass this stack around. These are the documents that Jeff emailed out to you all on Monday. Here you go, Tom. I'm going to take one and pass it down. Oh, awesome. All right. So those documents that are coming down around to you all are the document that Jeff sent out on Monday. And as Kat said, the direction from the last meeting was pretty clear in that we needed to find a more efficient way to kind of move through this. And the direction then from the subcommittee was, hey, let's group these thematically so that we can have a more focused conversation around the actual topic and get into the meat that we actually want to digest here. I'm going to stop using that metaphor. But the point is not that we have these final statements, as Kat said. We have these themes, such as number one, support for rehabilitation of aging infrastructure, that were common across most roundtables. And then underneath that are the statements from each of the roundtables. And if you want to check the work that was done to make sure nothing was left off, all of the basin memos, there are printouts of them on that table on the far wall. So if you think something's missing or you want to make sure the wording is right, please go grab those to make sure. And if you see something that is missing, please highlight that. That was not in there. I can say that was not intentional if it was done. The goal of this document is, again, after direction from the last meeting and direction from the subcommittee, to find a way to focus in our conversations on what we want to spend time on. So we've got a proposed process for going through that today to actually have a targeted conversation, first about support for rehabilitation of aging infrastructure. And so the process is to, is that an accurate title for this theme? And then secondarily, to discuss and draft no and low regret strategies within that theme. So what does that actually look like? And that's where we get into some of that nitty gritty, because it's pretty clear that support for aging infrastructure, rehabilitation of aging infrastructure, is important around the state. There was clear, united support for that. So what does that actually mean? What does that look like? And that's where we're going to focus our conversation first. And then as we start developing some of that clarity, coming back to the statement, is support for rehabilitation of aging infrastructure the right way to frame that? And again, our goal is 90% draft. This is an iterative process. This still needs to go back to basin roundtables. This still needs that additional input. So pausing there. First of all, does that make sense? And second of all, is that where you all want to start today? Is that the process, especially from the subcommittee who directed this? Is that what you remember hearing, agreeing to? Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Okay, thumbs up. All right, seeing general thumbs up. All right, excellent. Okay, so mind clicking to the next slide. Thank you. So these are the criteria that you all developed last time. And in the meantime, the subcommittee did review a flow chart that kind of helps go through those 3 criteria questions. So the criteria questions are, does it fit the category? So does this theme support for the rehabilitation of aging infrastructure? Does it fit what's underneath there, all of the input from the basins? Does that title make sense? That's the first question I want you to be thinking about. I'm not asking you to answer right now. Second, is the IBCC the right forum to talk about this? And then third, is there alignment among multiple roundtables? And so that was the criteria you developed last time to know, is this a no and low regret? So we'll be talking kind of through that. Next slide. And then just real quickly, we'll actually maybe come back to this later. We'll skip it for right now. All right. So support for the rehabilitation of aging infrastructure. The first thing that we're going to do, and I'm going to walk you through this process. So we actually go through this category first, theme first, and then we're going to see how that went. All right, so next slide. Criteria check. So this is where I want you to think about this. What we're going to do is we're going to start with just a couple minutes, because I know you all just got the document on Monday. So some of you may not have had a chance to give everything a thorough review. But I just want you to read through the number 1, support for rehabilitation of aging infrastructure on your own, and be thinking, does support for rehabilitation of aging infrastructure fit what's here in this section? Are we the right forum? And is there alignment among multiple roundtables? So I'm going to give you a few minutes to just read through it. Does anyone need another minute? All right. Okay. So you've all had a chance to read through it, think about this a little bit, and have another assignment before we're going to do a little talking. Let me click on thank you. All right. So this stage one is this reflection and just kind of individual thinking. Before we actually start talking, I want you all to have a chance to kind of put together your own thoughts. So the objective here is for you to take a few minutes and identify some common threads and start thinking about what would be some of the strategies that would coming in this document coming from the Basin Roundtables. What would be some of the strategies that get us to support for rehabilitation of aging infrastructure as a no and low regret? So what similarities do you see across the Basin Roundtables? Now, these are, and within this number one, there are some groupings, and I want to just emphasize that those groupings were just to help get everything into this category. They are not in any way meant to be, here's what the answer is. There's not an answer. The job is for you all to look at all of these and develop these strategies. So I'm going to give you another few minutes, and I want you to start thinking about these strategies. What would a strategy be to support the rehabilitation of aging infrastructure? And then we're going to come back to the criteria and that in a couple minutes. So I'm going to give you another few minutes to start jotting down some of your ideas and what you're seeing. Any questions on that? Okay. Go get Kyle. Go get. Do it, Ken. Does anybody need another minute? All right, I'm not seeing any more. All right. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do to help us kind of move more efficiently through these is to just pair up with the person next to you or a group of three. And you're going to go over what you kind of came up with together. So discuss with your neighbors what you see as the similarities between the strategies that you came up with, the differences, and then also don't forget those criteria. Is first of all, before you even discuss those, is this a topic that is ripe for IBCC to take up? Does it fit those three criteria? And I can put those back up again for you guys. And so then secondarily, discussing what do you guys have in common that you saw on this list? Are there differences that are really important that we're going to need to talk more about? Are there things you would add and change? Are you able to come up as a group with a more consolidated list, still highlighting some of those differences? Any questions about that assignment? And for those of you online, we're going to pull you into a breakout room, IBCC members with, this is Alyssa. Alyssa's with me now. Alyssa, this is everyone. And Alyssa's going to be with the group online. So hopefully we'll get that breakout room set up for you. So go ahead and remember, number one, is this the right topic for IBCC based on the criteria? And two, can you create a consolidated list and be sure to highlight where some of those tensions or differences are? All right, do you want me to pair you up or can you do this yourself? I think you can do it yourself. I trust you. All right, go. I know some of you are already done, but we're going to give everybody about 5 more minutes to wrap up their conversations. Go ahead and wrap up your conversations. I'll give you guys another minute if you want to grab some coffee or water and then come on back. All right, everybody come back to your seats. Good job. Thank you. Okay, it's going to be another minute because we had a bunch of people go to the bathroom. All righty, we're going to come back together now. I got it. All right, who are we missing still? I think just Ken? Okay, awesome. All right, the first thing we're going to do is go back to that the first set of questions from the criteria you all developed last time. It's fine. We're gonna go back to the criteria you all developed last time, and we're gonna go around the room and do the yes, support for the rehabilitation of aging infrastructure fits the category. I can live with it for right now, or I'm gonna die on this hill. And I will prevent this from going forward anywhere in any shape and form. So I want to be real clear. A thumbs down is like, get rid of aging infrastructure. I mean, but not in the good kind of way, by rehabilitating it. Getting rid of the rehabilitation of aging infrastructure. All right, so does it fit the category? Number one, support for the rehabilitation of aging infrastructure. Thumbs up. I can live with this. No. Thumbs up. All right, we got thumbs up around the room. All right, so number one, it fits the category. All right, are you all the right place to talk about support for the rehabilitation of aging infrastructure? Yes, probably I can live with this. No, I will leave if you talk any more about this. Okay, we've got thumbs up around the room. All right, so criteria number two. Both, okay. All right, number three. Do you see from the memos alignment around support for the rehabilitation of aging infrastructure in the variety of things that means? Yes, I do. Sort of. No, I do not see any alignment about the general category of support. Sean, we're going to have to pick that apart. Okay. All right, Sean, let's hear it.
So I am a yes, but I did it so that you'd ask me. Loophole, Andy, loophole. It's what attorneys call it, loopholes.
Yeah. We will cut this mic if we have. No, please tell us. What's your thought?
I want to put a placeholder in that infrastructure is a pretty broad term, and we're talking about in the context of storage. And I'd like to put a placeholder parking lot item for, there is other infrastructure that's related to water beyond storage that we might want to talk about at some point.
We didn't take a vote on it, Pat, but I note your, okay, so.
Diversions isn't storage.
So one of the things I did hear a number, I'm gonna put a pin in this conversation for just a second and say this is something I heard a number of you guys all talking about is defining infrastructure. We are not going to define infrastructure today. Okay. All right, cool. So are you a thumbs up, Jeff?
Maybe just make a comment here. These are, broad terms. And I'll just say, like, think about it in the context of storage for this conversation. I imagine infrastructure conversations will be part of a lot of our topic areas generally, like as we move forward. So just keep that in mind. The context for this specific thing is storage and related infrastructure.
Okay, so I saw around the room consensus that support for the rehabilitation of aging infrastructure meets the criteria you all laid out for a no and low regret. So that being said, we're going to move on to the details of your conversation. And what we're going to do is have groups report out. And we're going to have Alyssa jump on and do a live note taking so we can make sure to capture what you guys are sharing live and accurately. So please speak slowly if you have a long, complicated sentence, but also, again, so that you all can see it in live time. But the goal here today, again, to remind you of the goal is, all right, support for the rehabilitation of aging infrastructure. You have your first no and low regret. That sentence might need some refinement, but we're like 90% of the way there. Good job. All right, next. These strategies. There's a lot of information on here. And again, we are trying to combine, consolidate, and find what are the 2 or 3 strategies you all can agree upon that define what it means to support the rehabilitation of aging infrastructure. There's I heard a lot of really good nuanced conversation and a lot of questions, and we're going to try to capture some of that. But our goal here today is to come to 2 or 3 statements that are strategies that you can then send to the staff and say, hey, we need to, for example, this is not necessarily one of them, but we need to explore funding opportunities. What does that, what does that mean? There's a lot in there. We're going to try to capture some of that. We're not going to finish that today, and that's not the goal. The goal is, can everyone agree on that strategy when there's a lot in there that requires a lot more conversation? So, is anyone unclear about what the actual goal is for today? We will become that way, I'm sure, at some point. But at this moment, no. Okay. Let's see, are you able to share? Okay, awesome. Sweet. Okay. Who's super pumped about we're going to start with just one. I don't want to hear your whole list. Who's super pumped about one of the strategies or themes that came out of your conversation? Heather.
Our group is super pumped that we feel that there's a lot of synergy on this list and just a lot of good ideas, but that it all comes back to being able to fund it, and that the barriers to a lot of things, if not all of them, are ability to fund things. And so we feel really good about supporting policies and efforts to expand funding opportunities for aging infrastructure to be able to fix existing and build new storage. And so all coming back to funding. And so for us to unpack that a little bit, it might mean looking at potential new sources of funding or doing a dive into existing sources of funding and seeing where there are roadblocks, for example, roadblocks in being able to fund aging infrastructure, and then seeing how we could remedy those challenges.
Who had something similar? Raise your hands. Okay. All right. Excellent. Okay. Hearing what Heather said, what can you add on that's different, or what's a note you want to make on that, an asterisk?
We just wanted to note that several roundtables they struggle with water plan grant funding recommendation letters or water supply reserve account funding approvals for aging infrastructure. So maybe a no and low regret strategy could be to explore criteria for funding aging infrastructure, or coming up with kind of a common position on funding of aging infrastructure projects.
So we just came up with a statement that says exactly all the things that Heather did, but like in one statement. So good job for setting that up for me, Heather. So what we put together was prioritize funding for the rehab and repair of existing storage infrastructure to promote efficiency, flexibility, and sustainability. No. Prioritize funding for rehab and repair of existing storage infrastructure to promote efficiency, flexibility, and sustainability.
All right. What else, Ken?
At some point we keep coming as roundtables, and what we talked about, skin in the game. Not every system has been maintained as well as the next system. And so how do you start defining which aging infrastructure rises to the top? And we also often see small private reservoirs that are important to the community, but it also, there are lines that we haven't defined of what rises the aging infrastructure to the top, whether that's a number of X served or percentage. So we've got some definitions to work on, priorities.
That sounds like exactly what exploring that means in that process. So good note. Anything else different that's part of this list? So not a new topic in here, but related to funding. Jim.
So we had a question, and maybe I should know this, but I don't. There's smart people here. But so for aging infrastructure, it seems that you can't ask for funds from water plan grant to do aging infrastructure. And is that a policy change within CWCB, or is it a legislative change that needs to be done? Does anybody know? But that's a question we had.
I would just note that you can ask for water plan grant funding for aging infrastructure, but because it's a competitive grant process, it tends to need to be multi-benefit. So you have to make the case that it's multi-benefit in that, application. But, I do think if you wanted to explore policy solutions outside of that, framework, I think that's worth noting.
Sean and then Ken.
So just to take it to an extreme, if the IBCC thought aging infrastructure was its own priority, does the agency have the ability to create a new bucket of funding within the water plan that says there's just aging infrastructure bucket?
I think that's a statutory change.
I'll maybe also just add to that including multi-benefit into your application could make it qualify in some of the water plan grant categories, but it still would not qualify for storage and supply. That's for new storage and supply. Just a point of clarification there.
Ken?
Thank you. I believe if we're gonna adequately utilize that funding source for aging infrastructure, you're going to need to go back to the legislature. And it's not that complicated. It's just amending some language in the act. Senator Roberts is Senator Roberts attending virtually? No.
No.
He would be the first person we could go talk to, and I think he respects and appreciates this process. And this will not be the last time we identify something that needs a little tweak legislatively to really facilitate the work that we're doing. That's all.
Thank you. All right. So we've got some great action items for how to do the strategies, but I'm going to reemphasize and pull you guys out just a little bit. We're looking at agreeing on the strategies before we decide what the actions are. We're not getting to actions today, but great action. And important clarification on what actually is the strategy here, what needs to be explored. So how to give that direction. All right, we're going to move on to yes, sir, you put your hand up. Okay, so I was going to move on to the next, what's our next either bucket of strategy ideas? So funding, we've got a block here. If there is more, like I'm not trying to stop it, just trying to pull out the next one. What's our next idea for a strategy?
Our group identified streamlining the permitting process.
Streamline the committee process?
Yes. Simplify, streamline, tighten up the timeline on it.
Does anyone need more explanation on what they mean by that? Yes. All right. Can you give more explanation?
Often these projects can languish for years, moving through that process. I don't think we're going to identify all of the opportunities to streamline that process today, but it could be one of those parking lot ideas that we set aside. And through the collective wisdom of this room, I think we can probably come up and agree with a couple of ideas that would be worth bringing forward as potential modifications to that permitting process that would streamline and simplify it.
Did anyone have anything similar or related or different, Kat?
I just wanted to maybe ask a clarifying question. Are we still within the support for rehabilitation of aging infrastructure topic area? Is that?
Yes.
Okay, so I wanted to just clarify if this is a permitting related to rehabilitation question or, okay, it is. Okay, because I know that look further down on the list, we have regulatory permitting and administrative.
Don't look at the rest of the list, but thank you.
Okay.
The rest of the list is not there. Make the rest of the list go away. Thank you.
So can I just clarify, Kelsey?
Yes.
Really quickly, like another thing that our group talked a little bit about is timing in terms of the dredge and sedimentation management. For example, with reservoirs low, it might be an ideal time to do that, say. But that would be streamlining the process by which you do that and improving the funding sources by which you do that. So this is just one of the examples where everything's sort of interconnected and weaves together. But that could possibly be prioritizing, that could possibly be a strategy.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Anything closely related to this, or does someone have a new strategy to bring up? Pat and then Heather.
We kind of circled around the idea of with GIS systems and the current kind of state of asset management and condition assessment, being able to expand kind of access to those resources for instance, like agricultural storage, and where I think they do that really well, maybe on the municipal side, expanding that to other sectors so we can really prioritize what based on what is the likely mode of failure, what is the true condition, that sort of thing, to just have better data for prioritizing aging infrastructure projects.
So the strategy there is prioritizing or exploring how to prioritize better data. Put that into a pithy sentence.
Yeah. Expanding asset management and condition assessment to prioritize aging infrastructure projects. So it's kind of increasing access to that field of work, I guess.
the example would be Lisa's timing. If you identify it ahead of time, you're ready on the dry year to jump in there, as opposed to going, oh my God, it's a dry year. We have to permit, plan, lease, blah, blah, blah.
Sean and then Mark. Sean, is your tag up on purpose?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I was writing. So I hear us using the language strategies, and I hear you cautioning us of getting too into the weeds and step back up. So I think the strategy, for example, is explore opportunities to find funding for dredging. Lisa raised something that got me thinking about a specific, and I wanted to get clarification if that's more into the actions or
Go
where
for
we're
it.
going next. But this group might say, hey, let's modify the governor's drought declaration. I don't know if it's a statute, law, whatever, that would, during a drought, put funding towards dredging as just a blanket thing. That may or may not be the idea you guys were kicking around, but what we're being asked to do today is not get to that detail. We're exploring some idea that might help for something around aging infrastructure. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Mark, I think you had your hand up.
Just to tag on to what Pat and Ken were talking about, I think that type of information, documenting that would be an important part of support for legislation that would address the funding aspect of it. So making the case for increased financial support for rehabilitation of existing infrastructure, I think is a part of that condition assessment, and putting that information together in a way where we know what it is, and then we can use that as well for prioritizing, to get to your point, Ken, as well.
Anything to add on here? Other ideas that came up in your discussions for strategies? Greg?
The idea of reoperations. I think we thought that was maybe a potential sort of easy path. Doesn't solve everything, but it's maybe a lot more sort of mental and communication type work, more than building things and getting lots of funding. And I think with many of the really big municipal systems, there's probably been a lot of work and thought that's gone into that. But, we have thousands of reservoirs across the state, and some sort of a reoperations toolbox, something along those lines that could help help these many sort of smaller scale, more localized infrastructure challenges, with just thinking through it, providing assistance could be really economical, and make a difference, make a percentage improvement in what we're doing right now.
Thoughts on what Greg just said? See some nodding. Did any of you have anything kind of similar or like touching on that or related? Sean?
I think we did. I struggle with how it fits into aging infrastructure. As we looked through our table, there was sort of somewhere it was written.
Second from the last.
Under aging infrastructure? Yeah. Yep. And I thought I saw it somewhere else as well, but we also talked about it, and we talked about having a tool that could color water and those kinds of things. But again, I think what we're being asked to do is not get that detailed.
Ken? Yes, that is correct, Sean.
I think there's probably an opportunity there's several of us here that are also members of the Colorado Water Congress, and this might make an interesting presentation for one of our annual workshops to talk about good examples of reoperation. I think the Arkansas is just one that, was part of our group where there's a history of successful collaboration and regular meetings to coordinate their water activity on a river that has many different straws in it, and that by working together and collaborating, they have discovered some efficiencies that really make a big difference for them. So I don't know, it's probably a better topic for something like that but I don't know what the structure of this fall 1177 would be, but it seems like there's some examples that would be good to share.
All right. So within the strategies that we're pulling out, is there anything else up here that we're missing from this first section of the document? Ken?
Well, we did talk a little bit about public education, particularly around some of the aging infrastructure and the flexible operations. We still have a lot of new folks that aren't aware of some of these historical uses, and we had our own examples. So we're going to talk about education down the road, but ultimately education is about social license. So you do hit roadblocks sometimes in permitting or neighbors. So we can't forget that, but we may park it for the education portion.
Gotcha. Anything else that from strategies for how to support the rehab of aging infrastructure and broad strategies, anything else that belongs in this list? All right. We'll pause there at that. This is not closed. I want to be real clear. This is not closed. So if stuff comes up as we move forward, it can still go in here. But it seems like there is a lot of support around crafting a statement. Let's see what the words we have: support, remove roadblocks, explore, create, prioritize, define, and explore are all our kind of starting action words within, and I don't mean to confuse, I don't mean that's an action statement, sorry, it's strategy, but those are active verbs for funding, something around funding. So what I'm gonna ask you all to do right now is looking at just this top section of 8 sentences that you all put in there. I know one group already put it into a statement, and maybe you like their statement, but getting back into your small groups for about 5 to 10 minutes, is there a single statement that you can pull as a strategy that you think the IBCC can support? And then we'll come back together and see if we can refine that into a single statement, a single strategy statement. Just around number 1, just around the funding, the category of funding within support for aging infrastructure. If it needs to be 2, that's okay too. But I want you all to just looking at that top section. Yeah, we can make it a little bigger. Thank you. If you need it, I know the lighting's a thing. Can we turn those off? Jeff says no. So can you turn around and face the other way? Sean, yes.
Can you repeat and I'll challenge you. Staff knows I'm going to get hung up on this. I heard you say statement multiple times, so I want to make sure I understand. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. This is not a statement. This is a strategy that we are crafting, not a statement with a big S. This is a strategy. You're crafting a strategy in a sentence. Sentence. Does anyone in the staff want to provide clarification because I'm using the wrong word? Yes, I do. No. Okay. Sean, you don't like the word statement. I'm not using statement. So you're going to look at these big letters on here and these top 8 things that came from everyone in the room around funding. Can you craft a strategy, 1 or 2 strategies from these things in a sentence? Yes.
So just to get hung up on the language, the support the rehab of aging infrastructure, I think is the statement, the no and low regret statement.
Yes, that's the big S statement, correct? Yes.
And then where to break out in groups and come up with a sentence or 2 that are strategies.
Correct. Yes.
And I actually asked for the 2013, the slide that Kat had pulled up, and so I'm looking at them, and the word we used back then were actions, and we're diverging from that, and I don't disagree with the divergence, but I'll say out loud for my own therapy is actions got into some really detailed, whereas strategies keep it at a higher level. And I
Yes.
keep emphasizing that again, just for my own brain to absorb, not to get into the details.
Yes, that is correct. I think that was what the pivot away from the use of the term actions is. That's the mechanism you will do to implement your strategy. So we are thinking higher.
Yep. So at the end of the day, we have a no and low regret statement that
We have
this one happens to be support rehab of aging infrastructure.
Mhm.
And then we'll have 1, 2, 3, whatever many strategies.
Correct.
And then those will be actionable.
Theoretically, yes. They should be. Otherwise, it's going to be real hard.
Well, I think they're going to use like support, explore, which definitely actionable,
we can
but it
pull
may
up-
lead to nowhere.
We can pull up a list of some of those words that are pulled from the 2013 document. We just didn't want to confuse you but the strategies are these broader. So if you think about it in strategic planning, like if this is the mission statement, support for rehab of aging infrastructure, you need to have kind of broad buckets within that for what does that mean? And then within that, how are you going to do that is those action items down there, down a little lower and more specifically. So we're looking at this middle level right now for what does it mean to support for rehab? What questions need to be answered? What needs to be explored before we can actually decide what to do?
Kelsey,
Yes, go
I
ahead.
just, I want
Want me
to
to stop?
I think Sean's correct that the actions in 2013 are translating to what we're now doing, the strategies. I think that they are sort of at the same level roughly, but they will be actionable, like Lisa said. I don't know that we will get to a next level of detail beyond that. And I want to just keep us here.
Yes. Yes. We are sticking here for now. Here today.
Yeah, I'll maybe just add, when we did the 2013 document, there was no water plan. So actions were sort of the end all. Now there's a water plan that includes actions that are specific to the agency or suggestions for partners. And so I think the difference being these strategies need to be broad enough to allow some flexibility for the agency to figure out how to incorporate our actions to, attempt to get at some of these strategies or project proponents and things like that. So,
or anyone, it could be an NGO that says, hey, we've got some actions where we're going to start implementing.
yeah,
this water.
fall into the partner actions. Yeah, exactly.
Does everyone understand the assignment? The assignment is to go back into your group, read through these things. Can you craft 1 or 2 strategies from this around funding? All right. I'm going to give you guys 5 to 10 minutes. If you do, I know we had a scheduled break, but a couple people took that anyway. So if you need to take a break right now, go grab some coffee, go to the bathroom, do that, and we'll reconvene in 10 minutes. If you need a quick break, please go grab coffee, run to the bathroom. We're going to come back together in 3 minutes. We are on the official 11 o'clock break. All right, break time's over. Please make your way back to your seats. Grab your snack, grab your drink. Go back to your seats. Go back. Please return to your seats. I'm not forceful yet. Sean, Pat, Heather, Heather. All right, we're just missing Mark and Jim. Okay. All right, and Luke has joined the table. The one bad thing is I lost my co-facilitator. I don't know where she is. She went to get some sunshine. I'll be right back. No, we're good.
Kelsey, can I make a note while we're waiting? I had a couple conversations during the break, and I just wanted to articulate something just in addition to what Jeff already said, which I think was great at kind of clarifying where the actions beyond this will take place. You know, we have a mechanism through the water plan, through our basin implementation plans, and through the statewide planning process to take these strategies and make them actionable. As far as legislative priorities here, I just want to note that there is a process through the DNR to identify legislative priorities and move them through a process to, you know, bring them to the legislature potentially. So I just want to articulate that so that we're all on the same page and that's out there, that there is a process for that. And it's not just, we don't necessarily have to work super hard to build it into the language because there's a step we can take beyond here.
Does that help in your conversations? For those of you that had those questions. Okay. Awesome. All right. So coming back to developing strategies. So the assignment was to look at the list, this list right here of things that loosely held together. And were there one or two strategies that your group could pull out of that or that you saw on here that you already liked and thought captured what you wanted to say? Do you guys want to share first?
Yeah, we kind of felt that actually, I'd say the last two sentences there are probably cover the above, but to explore the policy, statutory, legislative solutions to increase availability of funding is really what I think the whole group has kind of said funding was a real problem. So I think that kind of sums it up, is what we really came up with. And then defining criteria for prioritizing infrastructure. I know with probably the Gunnison Basin, we would probably go back and see if it's on our BIP list.
So those two statements already captured for y'all what you wanted to communicate.
That's what we felt.
Gotcha. All right, other groups. Yeah, Carrie.
So we actually combined two groups, sort of. So, well, we like our non-statement sentence, but felt like that might be more of an action. So we stepped back to make a more general strategy that would lead to that. So the first strategy would be a compilation of basin storage aging infrastructure to support the need for funding prioritization. So that would then lead to that next thing, but we would go into our second strategy, which would be to use the compilation that was created to provide support for, as Kat just said, the DNR process to fund a bucket for aging infrastructure. Does that make sense?
Yes, we're going to capture that. Sorry. That's okay. All right. So reiterating the first, can you repeat the first of your two?
The first was a compilation of basin storage aging infrastructure to support the need for the funding prioritization that would help DNR then go through their process to fund a bucket that was specific to aging infrastructure as our second strategy. So one would lead to two, and then we felt like our sentence that was prioritize funding for rehab and repair was the action that could come out of that.
So the prioritized funding was the action that came out of that first and second step. Okay, let's get that step one. Is it messing around with you? Sorry, the computer's it's actually just blinking at her. It's not that she's not trying to capture it. I'm so sorry. Can you repeat one more time? I apologize.
That's fine. The compilation of basin storage aging infrastructure to support the need for funding and prioritization that would lead to strategy two, which was to use that compilation to help DNR through their process to fund a bucket specifically for aging infrastructure.
Which is where you're now saying your prioritized funding is where that action is. Gotcha. Okay. So the strategy is compilation of basin to support funding of all of basin needs around storage, and then use that compilation to fund the bucket and support DNR's process. Got it. Okay. Adrian.
Just to add a little bit of context to our thought process, I think we generally agree with the explore policy, statutory, and legislative solutions sentence, but we just wanted to move away from the mitigated speech of explore policy. We need funding, so we want to fund things, not just explore it.
Making that strategy very clear that this is directed specifically towards developing this funding pool.
Yeah, just a little stronger. An outcome of exploring could be that you explored and didn't fund, and we really need the funding.
Got it. So that clarification. Greg. I'm sorry.
Ready for another one? Or are we still working on that?
Did anyone have anything else from your group that you wanted to add to that? Okay, go ahead.
So we took a little more directed approach, I guess. I'm a little unclear when something's a strategy or not, but if I was thinking if I was the governor, this is what I would say or do. Direct all relevant state agencies to work across jurisdictional lines to develop, maximize, and streamline funding support for the rehabilitation of aging infrastructure.
Read it one more time.
Direct all relevant state agencies to work across jurisdictional lines to develop, maximize, and streamline funding support for the rehabilitation of aging infrastructure. So, in other words, moving beyond outside of DNR, full court press, any agency that touches this, it should be a priority, a strategic priority.
Any additional thoughts or comments? Heather says that's really good. Got some thumbs up. Sean, and then Carrie.
I agree. It's good. I challenge
Mine's better.
if it's an action, which you caveated with, Yeah. And maybe therein lies a discussion to be had if there's some confusion amongst the room for that. But as Jeff said, I mean, things have changed from the 2013 that there was no water plan, there was no funding, it was a dream. And now we have funding and we have staff and we have basin implementation plans. And as Becky highlighted at the beginning of all this, we have a amazing infrastructure, pardon the pun, set up with the roundtables and the IBCC and everything else during a drought that's now going to be historic till next year will be the new historic drought. I think it's going to be very hard for us not to jump into actions because we want to roll up our sleeves and get it done. And that's just, I'm willing to live with strategies, but it's why I keep harping on it because I want to go into actions.
But
Jeff, did you want to comment on that before we go to Carrie?
there's some really great parts of that. It might be just a little bit too prescriptive for the ultimate outcome of this, like being incorporated into the water plan. And I think it's important to remember that like those specific basin actions or specific actions ultimately will come through the water plan and the basin implementation plans. And so I think you all have a chance to review that before they're finalized. So I would encourage us to think a little bit more broad so that the water plan can kind of take shape as well.
Carrie and then Ken.
In general, I think that that's a good statement, other than maybe to Jeff's point that it broaden it to promoting all relevant state agencies, but noting that a lot of our reservoirs are federally owned because they're Forest Service or BLM or something like that. And so and maybe that's the across jurisdictional lines, but it seems like as a more general statement that you would promote interagency cooperative efforts across state, federal jurisdictions or something like that, because it just seems too specific. So that's my comment.
So focusing on group three's statement still, so potentially too specific, too prescriptive, but there is some, we want to keep working on this one for right now. Is there some willingness to keep working, or do we want to keep going around the room? Ken?
Well, here's the dilemma is that, planning documents are just inherently aspirational, and yet planning for a drought when you're in the middle of a drought seems like the wrong strategy. So I think maybe it's a little stronger language to kind of support Sean's comments, that maybe a little more actionable suggestions might be appropriate.
We're going to keep getting every group statement out there is what we're going to do now. All right. So next group, what was your combination?
Okay. We really tried to stay away from actions. So,
Good job.
and you can use any word at the beginning, but we put evaluate. Policies or legislation to create or expand funding programs to rehabilitate aging storage infrastructure. Good job.
Yeah. We feel good about it.
So you could put explore, evaluate, whatever.
Gotcha. So it's kind of like the last one on the original list, but with some modifications.
Better. It's better. Sean says.
As few of words as needed to make our point.
To make the point. Got it.
So Chat GPT says.
No, this is like, what's the difference between an action?
Angie,
and
can you
saying-
put in?
So an
microphone?
action is what we will do tomorrow, and a strategy is how we will complete going forward.
So does that help? No. Okay,
Wait.
It used 10,000 acre foot to get that answer.
An action is what we, you know.
Oh, boy. All right.
Strategy is how.
Heather, can you speak into them?
No, I'm
Speak
sorry.
it-
I was just repeating what ChatGPT said and trying
Okay.
to make it make sense.
So just to clarify again, I'm not gonna chat GPT this, but that is helpful, I think, but because it does seem like there is some confusion around the difference between a strategy and an action. And again, as the IBCC, we are looking at today these strategies, which are basically the plans for the future. We are not solving drought or addressing drought today. We're not doing anything today other than deciding how we're going to direct ourselves into the future. So, strategy is up here. Action is how you get there. So for instance, to kind of go back to one of the examples, DNR has a process for going through like Kat said before, through going through the legislative process. That is an action. But what are you going to take there to what's the idea or the thing that's going to go through that? And so we're up at that level. We don't know yet for sure. And so that's got to be clear, and that direction has to come from you all. And that's where we're trying to get today. Maybe that didn't help at all, but to reiterate what Kat said before. Andy?
I was just hoping, I know our recorder was not present when we provided our, but we're not actually recorded as a group providing those two statements. I know there are asterisks, but, oh, we did it. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I didn't notice that. Thank you so much.
Got that. Wanted to make sure that was captured. All right, last group. Sorry, Ken. Didn't mean to surprise you.
No, we just assumed you'd start on the other side, and so we've taken a straw poll and we're going with group one.
Group one. All right, so group one / group 5 and group 1 have allied across the room. All right. Okay, so now to revisit what you all have come up with, group 1 and group 5 think that the two strategies so far are defining criteria for prioritizing aging infrastructure projects across basins, and number 2, explore policy, statutory, and/or legislative solutions to increase availability of funding. What do you all think of those so far? Because looking across, there are a lot more similarities now. What do you guys see? Yeah, Jim.
We'll jump in.
You'll jump in?
We'll jump in the pool.
All right. So group 1,
Storage
group
pool.
4, and group 5. Define criteria, explore policy, statutory, and/or legislative solutions. Rick, you look like you're thinking. Go for it. Just do it.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we want to add storage in there.
Aging storage infrastructure
Yeah,
projects.
that,
Is that the right spot?
I don't remember that. Yeah, that takes thoughts from other statements as well.
And do you also want to add storage to explore policy, statutory, and/or legislative solutions to increase availability of funding for?
Storage, yeah, that's the topic, right? I mean, we'll talk about
It
other
is, yes.
infrastructure maybe in future arenas.
Thoughts, Carrie?
If you take out the explore, then I would be okay with going with group 1. But I think explore again is like, we're just going to look into it. We're not going to do it. So wordsmithing, but I think that's an important distinction that we made in our group.
So Alyssa, maybe just highlight underneath that explore needs some work, maybe just underneath those statements to make it less nebulous and more directive. Promote.
I just wanted to chime in and say that I I appreciate the desire to make it as actionable as possible, but I just want to remind us to stay broad so that the action can take place in all of the venues that we have to take those actions, whether that's the water plan or the basin implementation plans or DNR legislative priorities. I think keeping it a level up to as far as like the verbiage that we use here is probably going to make it most broadly appealing.
Ken?
Based on that statement, Kat, it would seem we would say something along the lines of increase available funding for storage infrastructure, and then let the action come later on developing, or what'd you say? Pat, pursuing statutory policy or whatever later as an action.
I think that could work. I would, if it were me, I would probably say like pursue ways to increase or, something to like that gives some room to advance a lot of different options for doing it. But
So
yeah,
pursue ways to increase aging infrastructure, storage funding, including policies, statutory, and et cetera.
Andy?
Yeah, I guess I would say that in my mind, explore is it isn't a strong enough word for some. It's not, to me, it actually identifies what we're asking for, which is looking at our existing policy, statutory, and legislative solutions. We may need additional legislation. Frankly, I'm clearly of the mind that the statute actually provides for what we're looking for. We just need some policy reinterpretations. And so exploring those rather than demanding those or creating those or writing those, exploring those is a much kinder way of saying, hey, we want to look at all that and we want the discussion to happen. But that's a strategy. That's not an action. This is our strategy, is to explore that. So I would argue that we should leave it as written, but
Does that help elucidate the definition of explore for some? Damn it. Sorry, sometimes that previous life of mine comes out. I apologize. Damn it. All right. I'm seeing some nodding, but I want to make sure, because the next step here would be to kind of go towards, for the groups that still haven't thrown in their hats, like is this something, are these statements, I didn't say that, strategies, are these strategies? Is there something missing, a tweak? Is it still not quite capturing what you need it to? Jim?
I'm with Andy. I like the explore part. This is what we're going to look into because we may not need to do any, we don't know. So we need to explore it. The only thing I don't like about the sentence with the explore is it doesn't really mention, it says for storage infrastructure. It doesn't mention the aging part. So somewhere in there, we need to put that, or it could be rehabilitation, that's fine. Because I want the rehabilitation to be on equal with new storage. If you create an acre foot of rehabilitated storage, it should have just as much weight in funding as a new storage project. And sometimes it can be easier to do. So we should make that clarification, I think.
Rehabilitation of existing storage, rehabilitation of aging?
Yeah, existing is fine.
Existing? Greg?
If I'm pretty good with this, but if there's one thing I would like to carry forward from what we were putting out as group 3 would be kind of that multi-jurisdictional element that this isn't just it isn't just CWCB. It isn't just these family of different groups that meet around the state. It's actually a priority across state government. I didn't mention federal, Carrie, because I felt like we didn't have any control over that really, but so I don't know if people think that's worth adding or not, but it might be embedded in it in a way, but I've just seen that generates a lot of energy when the public or the leadership directs people to get out of their silos and work, put everything they have towards something.
Andy?
I think Greg makes a really good point. I might suggest language that would be, if you look at the statement, explore policy, statutory, and or legislative solutions. Statutory and legislative solutions are actually the same thing, because that's what the legislature does, is create statutes. So instead of policy statutory, it could be it could be policy multi-agency actions or cross-agency actions and
like
legislative solutions. So you end up with three distinct areas.
So policy, comma,
Cross-agency and or legislative solutions. So you can get rid of get rid of the multi-jurisdictional at the beginning there.
Does that get it? What you?
Or Greg does that?
No, I like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So explore policy, cross-agency and or legislative solutions to increase availability of funding for rehabilitation of existing storage infrastructure. Jeff, your card is up. Was that recent?
Yeah, I'll maybe just make a plug yet again for the water plan. Sorry. Sorry, I'm not sorry. I'll just say, like, I think the beauty of the way that the current water plan is structured with the agency actions is we realize that this work doesn't happen in a vacuum, and on, if not every agency action in the water plan, there's an associated partner agency who has a role to play in whatever solution we're trying to drive forward. And so I think by giving us enough, like, in your capacity as IBCC to advise CWCB board and staff and the roundtables, giving enough flexibility to include that, I think is really important. And like, where the rubber hits the road is in those solution sets and in the actually targeted action towards this strategy. There is no world in which we could explore funding for aging infrastructure without including CDPHE and DOLA and potentially CPW, other CDA, other state agencies who have a role to play in that. So just keep that in mind. I don't think that mitigates any of the language that you put in there, but I just wanted to make a plug for the water plan again.
All right, plug for water plan. This ends our advertisement section of today's meeting. So back to thank you, Jeff. Back to explore policy. So this statement, is there anything else you want to add to this or tweak on it right now? Or can we just set it aside for now, knowing it's not done and not perfect? Are we there? Lisa, you look like you're ready to say something. Group 3's in. All right. Are we missing any groups? Who are we missing? Group 2? Group 2 was in, right? Okay. So I'm going to read the statement out and we're going to, again, this is like not final, but we're going to say, hey, this is good enough for this moment so we can do something else. All right. Explore policy, cross-agency, and or legislative solutions to increase availability of funding for rehabilitation of existing storage infrastructure. Thumbs up. I can live with this for now and I'm not going to fight it, or I'm going to die on this hill, and I'll let you say something without putting your thumb down if you need to. All right, we're going to set it aside for now. You guys have a strategy and a no and low regret statement. Yay. Yay, good job. Oh, that was so lackluster. All right. Yes. Did it. Ken, yes.
What about the other part?
We're going to go on to that right now.
So we're going to word
We're
that.
going to do it. We're doing it right now. Okay. So the first part, oh, did you want to say something about it?
Well, I'd like to just publicly acknowledge that I appreciate having an attorney on this working group. Andy, thank you very much for your word choice. I don't usually acknowledge that. Thank you, Andy.
All right. So then the other part of that original statement we're going to focus on now. So it was define criteria for prioritizing aging storage infrastructure projects across basins. Is this a strategy for supporting the rehabilitation of aging infrastructure that you all want to carry forward? Ken?
I would probably remove the suggested things in parentheses just because they were off top of head. I wouldn't put them in there until we truly look deeper.
Agreed. All right. There's some agreement. Define criteria. A strategy for supporting the rehabilitation of aging infrastructure is to define criteria for prioritizing aging infrastructure projects across basins. Sean?
I like it, but to be consistent with the clarification we're seeking, I wonder if define is a little too specific and actionable. And I could totally live with define. And is it discuss? Because it once again, it's IBCC's strategies that somebody could pick up and make actionable. But for us, maybe I stumbled into the sweet spot. We're wanting to act ourselves. So maybe the discussion is something we could do, and we might actually define the criteria and it live a life, but maybe define's a little too actionable, but I totally could live with it.
All right, Pat and Angie. Pat went up and down. So Angie, you're first, then Pat.
Building on what you expressed, Sean, I can't help but think of, I think Ken mentioned earlier about an inventory or an asset inventory. So we have to understand what the needs are for the aging infrastructure in order to inform the criteria. So I don't know if stepping back from Sean where you're at is just, we need to understand where the needs are, what the needs are in order to define the criteria. So maybe understand the aging infrastructure needs. Because that would lead a basin implementation plan to, or, someone on the ground to do their asset inventory as an action. So in order for someone to understand what those needs are, they have to define their action to get there. We don't have to define the action.
Kat, do you need to jump in before we go to Pat?
I just, again, making a plug for the water plan. So the 2023 water plan has an action to do a storage study, which is underway currently, which is, potentially something that could answer to this question to a certain extent. So I just want to point out how these things can become actionable in the water plan.
Pat?
I'm on board with this strategy, but I think where I'm struggling is at the end. Are we prioritizing across basins, within basins, or both?
Great question. Ken, you want to respond to that? And then Greg, I see your card as well that I think Ken put up for you.
At least my intent early on, and when we discussed in the small group, was to create some statewide uniformity. It wasn't this, when I said across basins, that's what I meant, that the Southwest is at least has some common evaluation with the Arkansas or somewhere else.
Okay, so not prioritizing across basins, but that the
Common criteria uniform across the basins.
All right, does that kind of get at that? Understand statewide needs and discuss common criteria? Okay. Greg?
Mine was little, but I get that define was too strong. I felt like discuss was maybe a little too undefined or meandering. So I just was wondering about maybe consider instead of discuss.
Sam? Sorry. That was
I
emphatic.
had a similar feeling as Greg. I didn't know if develop would be something that might hit somewhere in that middle ground. Is that too much? I do like consider too.
All right, so here's where we are right now. I'm not hearing any major support for develop. Those do's tend to sound actionable, but let's start with consider. So understand statewide needs and consider common criteria for prioritizing aging storage infrastructure projects. How is that sitting as a strategy? You all ready for a thumbs up vote or a thumbs vote on this? All right, thumbs up, thumbs to the side. I can live with this for now, or I'll die on this hill. Put your card up if you want to say something. All right, okay. Tom can live with it for now. Okay. Sean?
Can somebody chime in on what they think common criteria might look like? Just to see if my mind agrees.
Ken, I'm going to first look to you because you were the one trying to clarify this, but you don't have to respond.
I'll try. And it goes to the asset management discussion we had. It's all over the board. Maybe we're never all going to be uniform, but particularly if we do go for a policy legislative change, it was stated earlier, maybe Mark, we have to have the need to ask for that change. And so even the last iteration of the water plan tried to capture more data on the basin implementation plans. That's so you can have an intelligent conversation statewide. Maybe not equivalent, but trying to have a common theme statewide, since we're going to deal with statewide issues, be it roundtable suggestions of policy or legislature. So that's what I'm trying to get at common.
Thank you. And that's what I was hoping somebody would say, not specifically that, because it's not at all what I was thinking. So that's helpful to know that two people are thinking differently. I'll share what I was thinking. I actually link it to the one above, that if we're going to explore these opportunities for funding, we need to come up with a criteria that could prioritize how that funding gets to the recipients, is how I see it. For example, and I share with my group, the St. Brennan Left Hand Water Conservancy District, we tried to eliminate the deferred maintenance argument by saying we're not going to use that term. And if a ditch company, for example, comes into the district for funding for aging infrastructure, if they've raised assessments over the last couple years, then that gives our board confidence that they weren't just deferring maintenance forever and then coming in for a government handout. So in my mind, if the two are linked, that understanding and common criteria, we might come up, the agency might come up with the criteria in which to determine it is worthy of funding for that aging infrastructure, is how I see it. I don't disagree, Ken, how you might see it. And that's why I asked the question, is we might want to explore that more in the room, because there may be 3 or 4 other interpretations.
Kat?
I think this is a really good conversation. And I liked what you said earlier, Ken, about like noting the community value of a reservoir, for example, as like a piece of that framework that isn't otherwise generally considered maybe. One thing I want to flag that we experienced, I think, during the last basin implementation plan process was the tiering that we did, which was challenging. And so I want to just flag that having this criteria discussion is bringing up some things for me. And I just want to think about how we would go about having criteria and what potential challenges might come with that. Not to say, I really think this is a valuable thing to consider, and developing a framework around it would be important, but I also want to weigh the risks.
So it sounds like there's some future conversation that needs to happen around the clause and consider common criteria. Are we willing to table that for now and leave this as is and return to it later? Or do we need to hash this? Do you want to hash this out a little further now, Sean?
No, I'd concede if the rest of the group hears it exactly how Ken described it. It's just helpful definition for me because I was thinking about it differently. But if the group sees it one way or the other, I was just asking for a conversation if perhaps there's other interpretations. But if everyone feels the same way, I'm good.
All right. So any other comments or questions on this statement before we go to a temperature check on it again? Ken?
So that'll go into the parking lot. Sean, does he need to make the statement to capture it for the parking lot? Because I appreciate what you said, and that does need to be considered down the road.
We can add a little asterisk there for it to come back to. But I think it's going forward in the like, hey, we've got a 87% draft that needs some refinement. Sean, it's your comment. So do you want an asterisk under there to remember?
Since Ken seconded my motion, yes. Yeah,
All right.
if we could have a parking lot comment around criteria conversation or normalizing deferred maintenance or however we want to describe that.
Okay. Do you got that? Okay. All right. So thumbs up, thumbs to the side, thumbs down on moving on. We're good enough for right now. We can move on from this. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Okay, awesome. All right. So we've got two relatively developed draft strategies from that. The explore policy and understand statewide needs that go under the no and low regret statement of support for rehabilitation of aging infrastructure. Awesome. All right. So moving on now, we have the other things that that came up before in your small group discussions are these three loosely held together categories. Now, not all of these need to become strategies. But now is the time to read back through these and decide where do we want to focus our attention next. Is there a strategy that the whole group could support that we can pull out of what's on here now? Rick?
When we first looked at this, there's like 3 sets of bullets, right? And we took the last set of bullets, which is a lot of what we see here, and we thought it maybe belonged in other sections, 2, 5, 4 on the future pages. So if I might throw out a suggestion to say we're done with aging infrastructure and move on to the next main topic and capture this in those topics.
What do y'all think, Pat? I know yours was up.
I think if we go back to that last one, we see that we kind of did a little judo move there to add some of the flavor of this into the previous one. Understanding statewide needs, that opens up the ability to look at asset management and condition assessment and all of that. So I would agree with Rick that maybe we could move on if everyone felt that captured it.
Does anyone not feel ready to move on from these? All right, then we're going to set aside your first no and low regret statement of support the rehabilitation of aging infrastructure with 2 strategies. And it's time to move on to the rest of the document. Good job. You don't have to apply. You don't need a lackluster applause, but that's awesome. So I don't want more lackluster applause. It's either like give it or just don't. All right. So next question for you all is, are we going to tackle one of these categories that's in this document next? Is there some combination judo moves that need to happen to combine some of them? But the question for the group is, where are we going to focus our energy now? We've got number 2, number 4, 5, and 6. As the edit to put 3 back in didn't make it into the document. So, do you want to take a minute, Ken?
I'd be willing to defer on 2. We're still struggling with this at our local roundtable and may address it under the future nature-based solutions. Potentially, we're not, at least personally, and we're still discussing it at the roundtable. I can't say we're uniform. Although I agree with all of it, I can't quite tie it to the storage discussion that we see as more traditional, a bucket of water, new or rehabbed. And I would like to look more at number 4 or 5 personally.
Okay.
Open for comments.
All right. So Ken's proposing, and well, he's requesting that because of where Southwest is at right now, that we hold off on the discussion around 2 and look at 4 or 5. Angie, I saw your card. Adrian, did you want to comment on that just real quick?
Yeah, I think that at Southwest, we thought that the aquifer recharge bullet on here was, we were okay with considering under this storage. So maybe, Ken, do you want to like pull that one out from the number 2? Or what are you thinking?
It's so outside of Southwest. I'd look for willing to do that, but that's more other basin issue.
Yeah, I just don't think we're gonna like consider it elsewhere. So I think it's not gonna be in like forest health or nature-based solutions. So
Okay. So not losing it. Angie and then Ken.
Yes, thanks. I would like to keep the nature-based solutions topic here as a being unique in that in my day-to-day work, we're really struggling and challenged with trying to understand this forest health nexus, the opportunity for forest health management and these these nature-based solutions to inform this conversation. So I don't want to lose sight of the need to advance the science, because it's probably going to take a while for us to truly understand what, where, and when we need to be considering.
All right. So not losing 2. Got it. Ken, and then Adrian, is your card still up for? Okay. And then Andy.
The Yampa White Green Roundtable gave me very clear direction that we want forest health included in this discussion, and that will be a hard no for me. Just FYI.
On number 2.
Yeah, we want forest health included in this discussion on storage.
Okay. Andy?
Well, I feel like as a governor's representative, I have to find a way to channel the governor. And I'm pretty sure the nature-based solutions is high on his list. I feel like he has made that point pretty clear over time. And I do think if we look at the expense and time involved in building storage, we've got to become more creative in how we address it and define it. And so I kind of, along the lines of what Angie's saying, I'm not convinced by the science yet on some of these nature-based solutions, but I think we're not going to be convinced unless we have more science. And so that's where I would come from on that. So.
Adrian and then Pat.
I think I'm not sure what Ken will think about this, but we may just weigh in on these topics as we get to them per their like specific when they are the main topic for IBCC consideration. I didn't mean to say like we don't believe in these things at Southwest. We just only have so much capacity and have been a little bit behind the eight ball. So we just, I think as a group have opted to consider them later. And we also had many members, especially in our IBCC or our NOLA regrets subcommittee, that were like, we don't even know what nature-based solutions are. And so it's going to be like a bit of an educational task for us, but I have no problem if the rest of the group really wants to keep it here and consider it here. You just may hear from Southwest a little bit later as we move through the topics.
And to be fair, again, this is an iterative process, so this is going to go back to the roundtables. So hopefully that we can pull in Southwest feedback if we do go forward with this. Pat?
I just wanted to note that the South Platte Roundtable has really struggled with should gravel pit storage be considered an alternative storage solution, or is it more mainstream? And so I think sometimes lumping that with some of the other storage proposed in here makes that even cloudier or may result in further debate at our roundtable kind of unnecessarily. So just flag that.
I mean, if your gravel pits are on the mainstream, then aren't they mainstream ideas?
I'm on board with that. You got to have gravel, right? That's right by the river.
All right, so it sounds like there's an appetite to move forward discussing number 2 with a number of considerations, caveats, things to think about for the future. But I'm going to propose we go forward with starting to discuss strategy number 2, investigate alternative storage solutions that have multiple benefits. Discussion. Seeing none, we're going to move forward with doing that. So I'm going to give you all just a couple of minutes of me not talking so you can read through what's on there and wrap your mind around what came from the basin memos. Keeping in mind that we still want to make sure we have this iterative process that brings it back so we can incorporate Southwest's input. Okay. All right. Take a couple minutes if you haven't read through them already. Does anyone need another minute? It looks like you guys already want to start talking to the people near you. So Angie, yes. Angie, are you ready to go ahead?
I'm gonna share thoughts to hopefully advance
Go for it.
forward movement. But so as you all know, there's a lot of organizations that are moving the needle or trying to move the needle on better understanding these connections and the science associated with forest management, watershed management. And quite frankly, it's mind-boggling and it's mind-blowing to try to consolidate a common energy, common funding. So whether it's in the wildfire ready action plans, you've got land management agencies that are doing their fire work that actually can probably benefit the watershed storage topic. You've got National Forest Foundation, you've got, you know, you name it. And even at the roundtable level, I'm often frustrated with the fact that, you know, the White River Forest, not to pick on them, but they're in our community when we have these roundtable meetings, and creating common movement towards the science is hard because everyone's busy. So even within our own community, I feel like there's just this disconnect between common objectives for advancing the science. So I don't know if there's something we can do to try to bridge and foster common, you know, conversations across the science, because it's happening, but I feel like it's pretty siloed and people aren't leveraging one another's efforts well, in my opinion.
Adrian?
Western Water Assessment, which is like a research group out of CU that I think people are familiar with, is like working on a literature review of nature-based solutions as storage to kind of compare and contrast to traditional storage to help with that education piece I mentioned for our roundtable members. So we'll be sure to share that with the group. I think that only addresses like part of the point you were raising, but just wanted to share that.
Any other comments before we go into group discussion that could help kind of frame this up? All right, Sean, Pat, Mark.
We talked about this quite a bit at the South Platte Roundtable, and it's been an interesting kind of evolution in thinking from the original water plan, partly born out of disasters. As Angie points, the science is sometimes in the eye of the beholder. I think the money really attracts these kind of experiences. And I just pulled up on the website, and perhaps staff could correct me if I'm misinterpreting it, but of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buckets, watershed health and recreation is the largest bucket. So that sends a signal that is a priority for the state. And I don't know if number 2 would be solely within watershed health and recreation. Maybe it has to be multi-purpose, so it taps into different buckets. But I don't, when we get to the strategies, you know, strategically, how do we want to fulfill the water plan? And is the number 2 really our I don't want to say highest and best use, but on a cost per acre foot basis, or the amount of acre foot, or the healthiness of the watershed? Like, how do we value that? And our roundtable, when it went through voting, there was kind of, like, for lack of a better term, just a group of non-voting roundtable members that showed up and really emphasized this as we were doing dot exercises. And it really implied that that's where the roundtable's leanings were. We've since sort of navigated how to account for roundtable votes versus general public votes. And we ultimately incorporated this stuff, but I think we're struggling with where is it in the prioritization of achieving the state water plan.
Pat?
I guess I'm going to kind of echo, I think, where Sean and Angie are going, that I think the IBCC can make a decision that we're maybe not the best agency to group to focus time on some of this, or it could just kind of like a Supreme Court analogy, if we just kind of could elect not to take the case. so to speak, and remand it to some other group with other acronyms and stuff that they use to attack it. So I don't know if what's right or wrong here, but I'm just throwing that out as that's an option we have, maybe should consider in light of some of the other priorities we have on this list.
Jeff, and then Ken, and then other Ken, Ken Curtis, and then Ken. Oh, I'm sorry, Mark. I apologize.
Guess I'll leave my card up next time.
Please do.
Yeah. I'm a strong believer in focusing on watershed health. That's my day job, what I've been doing for the past 15 years. And it's amazing to see where we've come as a state in focusing on that as it relates to water supply and water resources. I view it primarily, if not primarily, I'll just say, as a water supply protection function. I guess seeing it as it relates to water supply, I understand the connection there. It does give me some pause though, and this is kind of the recovering attorney in me that, you know, when we talk about storage, pardon me, there's a water rights kind of administration piece to that. And I'd be very concerned if watershed restoration and management work got too complicated by things like water rights administration. That was a huge challenge for us. And here recently, we've been able to navigate some stream restoration work outside of water rights administration. And so I just think there's a place for this. I know this has been identified as another topic for our discussion. But again, I see it as a water resource, water supply protection function primarily. And yeah, there may be a piece as far as water storage, but I think we're missing something and maybe confusing it a little bit in that respect.
Thank you, Mark. Jeff, do you want to?
Yeah, I'm realizing that my comment was maybe just to provide a little bit more context on how the board develops those target allocations for the water plan grant program. If it's helpful, it doesn't necessarily dictate or demonstrate a priority for the agency. I will say, I think all of the things in the water plan grant categories are priorities for the agency. That's the way we implement the water plan, through that funding bucket. That's what it's for. The target allocations are set by the board from recommendations from staff, sort of on a three-pronged approach. They take information from the projects database developed by the roundtables on kind of just cost and need for each one of those particular categories. It's also based on applicants in past cycles, which also demonstrates demand for that type of funding or need. And then it is also based on the work that the regional grant managers do in outreach. And so just sort of like trying to set a target for each category based on those determinants of need or demonstration of need and demand.
Ken Curtis, did you put your card down or you want to go? Okay, Ken Brenner.
Thank you. Full disclosure is that I'm my latest time-consuming, non-paying job is chairing a large forest health project, and so I may sound at times somewhat biased, but I'd like to remind us all that this Colorado Water Conservation Board is already way down this road. That Chris Sturm and the work that he's doing with the RAPs is really important, and I think I would characterize the many discussions I've had with Chris. I don't want to unfairly, I'd like his words to be the ultimate, you know, I don't want to misrepresent his thoughts, but I think he's very much aware that forest health is a critical part of this proactive work against wildfires. And although we're not talking that much about wildfires yet, we will be by the end of the summer. And I think it's critical that we include this as part of our strategy. And whether or not this is the next thing that we talk about today, or we talk about it later, as long as it's a priority that we talk about it. Thank you.
Carrie, you put your card down. Did you want to comment still? Okay. Sean.
I appreciate the back and forth. For the record, I'm not saying ought not to be a priority. What I'm struggling with, and I think Mark clarified it for me, is it a storage category? And the point I was trying to make is, I understand how the criteria for the buckets work, but if it's watershed health and recreation has 12.5 million and storage and supply is 7.2 million, you know, is the ultimate goal then we're merging those two and it's all under storage? Because that's what we're reading here. Is significant theme was the expansion of the definition of storage to include these natural-based systems, blah, 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 blah. That's what I struggle with. It may be so important. It's its own category. We've already seen it as its own category in terms of how the agency distributes funds. So that's the point I was trying to raise, is maybe it doesn't fit into the storage category, which is the question. And I think Pat put a plug into, is the IBCC the right forum to even discuss all this? Because it is technical and it is very site specific, and it's got a combination of hard science and soft science and community support, and it just gets really difficult quickly. Thank you.
All right, so we're hearing that this may not be, I had Alyssa pull the criteria check back up. This may not be the right category, and IBCC may not be the right forum, and that's where we're discussing right now before going forward. But Pat and Heather.
I guess that's what I would recommend, is that nature-based solutions as storage, we could move that into another category for discussion down the road. I just kind of continue to be mindful too of the way the schedule lays out. There actually aren't as many opportunities as, say, in 2013 to address the legs of the stool, so to speak, or the infrastructure solutions that work toward closing the water supply gap. So I'd like to be sure we reserve as much time as we can to talk about that, while putting this in that category of really focusing on nature-based solutions when that comes up down the road.
All right, so there's a recommendation that we take this number 2 and move it to the nature-based solutions discussion. Heather, before I do anything else, go ahead.
Thanks, Kelsey. Yeah, I agree with that, with the caveat that I think Adrian was actually correct 30 minutes ago, that that I think what we're struggling with is because everything's connected. And so at what point do you sever something when it is connected? When, we very clearly discussed that watershed and forest health is super important. Watershed and forest health absolutely influences upstream reservoirs. But I agree with everybody talking about how it's related, but perhaps separate, except for the aquifer piece. And I think that's where Adrian, his recommendation was right all those years ago, that recognizing aquifers as storage is maybe a little different. And that might be maybe a little more specific to places like the San Luis Valley, or places where we're talking about alluvial aquifers as storage. But I think it would be appropriate to move, especially bullets, the big black bullets 1 and 2, to the watershed health discussion, and then maybe keep some part of black bullet number 3 in this conversation as part of storage, and maybe gravel pits too. That's part of black bullet number 3. Thank you.
All right, so a little bit more refinement on the proposal, moving 1 and 2, the first and second bullets in this one, to watershed health, keeping a discussion around bullet point number 3. Jeff?
Yeah, I was just gonna, on that note, the nature-based solutions topic for no and low regrets, along with like post-fire management and recovery, is going to take up a bulk of 2027. So it won't be long before we can dive into the meat of this.
Adrian, who was right?
Yeah, thanks, Heather. But I just had a comment back to Sean's comment earlier on the funding, and I'm not sure this is totally right. So this is like a CWCB question for the water plan grant categories, but my understanding in like participating in statewide watershed groups, which is what I do. This is like actually the world I live in and work in. But is that some of the funding go like so much of the funding going into that bucket right now might be a result of the fallout of federal funding for more traditional infrastructure projects that because they're not getting funded federally, we're not seeing these match requests from the state and these like smaller nature-based solutions projects that can be funded in full with some organizational match and water plan grant funding have become really popular.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think that could be a contributing factor to increased demand in applications that we saw during last year's 2 cycles for water plan grants. You know, like I mentioned before, the way we set those target allocations is kind of a 3-pronged approach. So, you know, it's really just based on demand and you know all those different aspects of demand for that funding. So you know we continue to see high demand in that category, potentially more demand than we have funding available, and so that really drives a lot of that. You know, a lot of projects in the projects database are associated with watershed health and recreation. Those categories are statutorily defined. So you know, while we understand the connection between watershed health and storage, you know, they're separate categories for a reason.
Angie and then Carrie.
I'm not sure my comment's going to add value after the last part of Jeff's statement. I just want to make sure that there's that recognition. Watershed health is a strong influence on storage, and I would hate to focus on storage and improving this infrastructure if we aren't recognizing we could lose a piece of infrastructure in a heartbeat if we aren't being mindful of maintaining that functionality upstream. So I'll table that for the future, no and low regrets, but there's a lot of input from our roundtables here, as you can see, on this topic in storage. So I just want to make sure we're being true to the voice of the roundtables that have helped inform this conversation, and just make sure that we can speak to our members and say, yes, we heard you. It is connected. Here's where we're going to address it.
Yeah, I'll just say, like, I think all the work done for this, we don't necessarily need to go back to the drawing board when we get to nature-based solutions. We can carry some of this forward. I'll make a note to do that, Angie. I think that's a really important distinction, is that this isn't like my or Sam or Kat's ideas of what works. This is all based on what came out of the Basin Roundtables. So, you know, I think part of what we're doing in the water plan is trying to make that connection between forest health and water supply a lot more apparent through one of the actions listed in the water plan. Don't know the number off the top of my head, but I bet Kat or Sam might. And I think it's like you mentioned before, the science isn't totally there yet. And so it's really hard to quantify that. But I do think we're making really great strides in providing a qualitative approach and information to make those connections a little bit stronger. So I appreciate what you said. I do think we can carry a lot of this work forward to the next, when the topic arises in October of 27. Is that right?
Kat, is that in response to that, or do you want to let Carrie go first? Okay, Carrie.
So I guess my main concern is just adding on to what Angie has said. I don't want to lose the discussion of utilizing wetlands and watersheds and forests as a storage vessel, because there is really good science coming out that is showing just the resilience that those big topics, those vessels provide in terms of storage and water rights and all of the things that goes into maintaining our sustainability of our water resources. And so there is a lot of overlap with these topics, but I'm just worried that I don't want to lose the discussion of utilizing wetlands as within that flexibility of alternate storage mediums. And so as long as we can continue this conversation later, I know that we do have a nature-based solution discussion coming up, but it seemed like what was included in sort of the parameters of what that was, it wasn't all inclusive of wetlands and things like that. And so one of the things, and I think I had talked to Jeff about this at a previous meeting, was just, can we add another discussion in there or topic so that we could more fully explore some of these things. But so I just want to make sure that we don't miss the opportunity to call out wetlands and watershed health as a potential storage alternative.
Okay. So one of the key things that we would need to do is making sure that this is added to that category. Is that something that can be done? Okay, that can be done so that we don't lose this. Kat, and then Pat, and then Ken.
I think I was going in sort of the opposite direction in the sense of thinking that we could potentially add a strategy that's just acknowledges the connection between nature-based solutions and storage, period. And then advance the conversation on nature-based solutions and wetlands at that October timeframe. But I think that just recognizing that there is a nexus with storage could be something that we could do.
All right, Pat?
I just want to, I guess, reinforce what Kat just said. And I think as we go through this process, this is something that I kind of view, and I'm going to steal Commissioner Mitchell's terminology here of kind of an irrefutable truth. I think it's kind of an irrefutable truth that there should be a linkage between watersheds and forest health and our water supplies, that nature-based solutions serve an important function, all of that. So I don't know how to just come right out there and kind of shout that from the mountaintops and kind of acknowledge that right up front, but then also allow us the space to move on to something else, but still have that conversation later, but really emphasize that.
So that a strategy here right now could be, we declare there, there's a connection here, and having that as a strategy.
Yeah, it would almost be like if we were crafting a resolution, this would be our first whereas, right?
Mhm.
Whereas we recognize this, this, and this.
Making that statement. Ken Brenner?
Yeah, I can count votes. I'm going to lose this one, but I think I would be placated if we had a statement in here that clearly defined the nexus between forest health and its impact on storage. Say virtually all of the water that sits in your reservoirs originated at a very high elevation in a forest or high elevation snow gathering location. And if we can acknowledge that and make sure that my roundtable and many others can see that it's just the timing wasn't quite right, that we want to include this with some other important discussions, that would be better.
Mark?
I'm supportive of recognizing that connection. I guess I'd almost be concerned, though, that watershed health gets pigeonholed with just storage, because it's protection of the source water supply, infrastructure, so many other values that are located within our watersheds, that it's more than just that.
All right, I'm going to ask you all, do you want to take 10 minutes and work on, see if you can come up with a strategy around around this discussion that captures what you can do here in this moment? Or do we want to set this aside, which was the other proposal? So or if there's a secret third option anyone has. All right, so first option, do you want to work on this right now and see if we can craft something in about 10 minutes, or go ahead? Yeah.
Can I throw out a proposal and
Yeah,
maybe
do
we
it.
can- if we can all agree, we don't have to break. And this is still in the first bullet that came from the Rio Grande. Thank you, Carrie. Recognize that healthy forests and watersheds protect reservoirs, infrastructure, the environment, and water supply.
We're going to try to see if we can get it shared on the screen so everyone can actually see it and review it again, but would you read it again slowly?
Yes. Recognize that healthy forests and watersheds protect reservoirs, infrastructure, the environment, and water supply.
We're trying to get it up on the screen for everyone. Comments, questions, general feelings?
Water
There we go.
quantity and quality.
So right now we've got recognize that healthy forests and watersheds protect reservoirs, infrastructure, water supply, and the environment. And Ken, you just said something you wanted to add.
It's both water quality and water quantity.
So instead of water supply, water quantity and quality. Thoughts? Is this a strategy?
If we had some kind of a little footnote or something in there that we acknowledge the nexus with storage, but that this topic will be thoroughly investigated with the nature-based solutions, just so there's no confusion about our intent.
Greg.
Clarifying here, so we're developing strategies basically under storage, right? So we did a couple there that were under aging infrastructure. And then this would be a standalone under alternative storage solutions.
For forest health or what?
This is currently under number 2, investigate alternative storage solutions that have multiple benefits. So there's a question there about, is that category the right category anymore? And also because there's a proposal on the table to move bullets 1 and 2 into the watershed health conversation. We want to make sure, but what I'm hearing is that we want to make sure we don't lose the fact that the IBCC wants to be clear that they recognize the value of forests and water and watersheds and that connection. So under number 2, investigate alternative storage solutions that have multiple benefits. Is the strategy recognize that healthy forests and watersheds protect reservoirs, infrastructure, water supply, water quality, and the environment?
It just feels maybe like this is important and it does belong in storage, but we're not giving enough to this one that we're going to defer to October. It almost feels like that should be something that is a whereas, Pat, that's sort of in front of then a bunch of different strategies. You know what I mean?
Moving
a landscape or something that we're operating in, but we wanted to point it out.
Like almost a key, the whereas, a key principle. So moving it out of number 2 and taking the rest of number 2.
Yeah, preamble.
Moving
Yeah.
preamble to IBC. Angie?
Agree. So reporting out meeting minutes, a result of this meeting was that these first 2 bullets originally identified under number 2 are going to be moved forward. Like, let's just do that. Like, maybe we can come out with that decision. And a statement for this is that alternative storage solutions do need to be considered, right? But we can be specific then, potentially just saying in the context of aquifer recharge, ASR gravel storage pit, and outcomes of CWCB's storage project or something like that. So I don't know if that helps, but I would feel comfortable if a meeting minute said, move these bullets forward. And I would feel good about coming back to the roundtable and saying, we're not ignoring them. They're more appropriate here. but alternative storage solutions, a statement, it does need to be considered in the context of storage. And we can be specific about considering solutions and manage, bring those two last bullets into our statement or our strategy.
Greg?
I think what I'm getting at is that, and so this might be aligned with what you're saying, but in any conversation about storage, I think we would agree that all human-built storage is designed to function in the context of a healthy watershed and forest. So it's sort of like a whereas or a preamble or just sort of a statement. And then that would be maybe ahead of all the other things that we're going to talk about in storage. Sort of like all of these strategies, in all of these strategies, it's implied that this is a necessary condition for success, right? You can throw all the money you want at it. Like you said earlier, I think, Angie, but it's not going to do anything it's not going to be very effective if your forest and watersheds are totally unhealthy. So I would think it might be something to put ahead at the very top of the whole storage strategies. Is like, this is a baseline. We're assuming this, and then here's strategies.
Okay, we have a number of things that we need to work through just to make sure we're on the same page, and we're going to go through each of them. So let's start with this statement: recognize that healthy forests and watersheds protect reservoirs, infrastructure, water supply, water quality, and environment. Is this something you would want to see as a preamble, Rick?
I don't think for storage. I think this belongs as a statement when we talk about nature-based solutions to make sure to go along with the first two groups of bullets, that this moves along with that to acknowledge our discussion today and that recognition.
Thoughts? Sam?
I agree that I think that it may likely have a place within the nature-based solutions category. I wonder, to make everybody feel comfortable that this is gonna be pulled forward, maybe we could consider leaving it as a placeholder so that we know it has a place within no and low regrets, and discussing it as the first topic within the nature-based solutions category. And then if we feel that it is fully covered within that category, this can transfer into that, and I guess doesn't need to still live in both categories.
Greg?
I would think that this statement is just so foundational that it kind of does stand alone. And the reason I say that is we could somehow come up with a outcome where we decided, oh, we're not going to actually do anything with nature-based solutions. And this statement would still be true and still inform so much of the other things we're going to talk about. So whether it's at the start of a storage discussion or even a preamble to all a compendium of all the strategies we end up coming up with, I feel like it's something. I mean, Pat was right. I think it is something that needs to be acknowledged in order for people to understand the context of all the other strategies.
So one thing we would need to do is make sure that everyone actually is on board with the statement as it is currently written.
Yeah.
And we don't have that yet. So
That's just me.
no, but I hear what you're saying in that where it belongs and making sure it belongs in multiple places. So but the first thing would be, is the IBCC as an entity behind this statement? So before I ask for a temperature check, is there any discussion? Sean and then Carrie?
So looking at the schedule, as was stated earlier, we've got June of 27, nature-based solutions and natural infrastructure, February 27, fire management, post-fire recovery, October 27, climate adaptation, cross-sector innovation. I think we're declaring it's important. I don't know that saying it here is going to get anyone great comfort. It reminds me of the line in A Few Good Men where the attorney objected to the judge and he said noted, and she goes, "But I seriously object." Noted again. We could say, but we're serious. This is really important. And it's important. It's got its three categories that really touch on the subject. I don't object to the fact that we should crosswalk the two, but I think our roundtables get it. I think the NGOs that work in this space get it. I think what we're trying to respond to is there enough substance there that constitutes alternative storage? And are we prepared to have the conversation around declaring in Colorado that watershed health is storage? That seems like a big, gnarly subject that leads into all sorts of other things. And I thought where we might be headed is, yeah, it's really darn important. And we've got three categories to address it. And we're going to come up with some great strategies. And ultimately, the agency is going to come up with some actions to implement those strategies. I think we've declared it's important.
Kat, I didn't see if you were first, but we got Carrie and Andy. Do you need to respond?
I guess I think we're getting hung up on what box this fits into. We all acknowledge it's important. I want to just first say, all of these no and low regret statements and the strategies will hang together in one document, right? We could just use this statement in and of itself as a no and low regret. We don't have to put it into a box. This just can be a no and low regret if we feel that it is. And it can stand alone. It doesn't have to be under the bucket of storage or the bucket of nature-based solutions.
Carrie and then Andy.
I think what Kat said is great, but I would change protect reservoirs to protect storage because reservoirs are infrastructure. So just a little wordsmithing there, but then that'll probably spark a whole bunch of conversations too. But I think it is a huge topic about watersheds or forests and wetlands being storage, which I completely agree, because I'm a wetland biologist and that's what I've spent my career doing. So, and I think there is science there to show that, but we definitely need more research for that. But I would hope that we could just have this as a standalone statement.
Okay. Support for a standalone statement. Andy, I'm going to have you go, but just real quickly, we've got lunch in 4 minutes. And so we're going to wrap this up.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm struggling with a couple of things. One, I would agree with what Carrie just said. I don't think this is a strategy. This is where I'm coming from, is that if we're supposed to be coming up with strategies, I don't see how this fits. And if the strategy is, I think going back, I don't know, 45 minutes, an hour to what Angie said, which is what we need is the development of science to better understand the storage capacity and relationship of healthy forests and watersheds. That's, developing a strategy around that would make sense to me. This recognizing the statement doesn't really make any sense to me from a strategic perspective.
I think, and just to kind of go back to what Kat just said, I think she's even saying take it out of being a strategy and make it a formal no and low regret statement outside of all of the categories.
Right. But I'm actually saying, I actually think there is a strategy here to be had within alternative storage solutions, which is developing focusing some of our resources and developing science around the relationship. I mean, I can just say, for instance, this year in many of our basins on the West Slope, if you looked at just the known factors, which are SWE and soil moisture and temperature, the runoff that we have subsequently seen in some of our rivers far exceeds what we expected. And so there is something going on there with the storage of water in the high country that has produced more water in certain watersheds, not in all. And why is that happening? And how can we better understand that dynamic in order to predict much better what's happening within our watersheds and within our reservoirs below them? So.
Gotcha. Okay. Ken. And then Angie.
All 9 roundtables and the governor's representative have expressed that they believe that this belongs, that watershed health belongs as part of the storage discussion. So to say nothing about it and spring back a draft that doesn't acknowledge that, I don't know how I would support that.
Angie, sorry.
Yes, I'm coming full circle on my comfort level with bringing these first two bullets to the nature-based solutions, because as I reread this, Andy, I thought that was very well spoken. There's storage is mentioned in almost every one of these sub bullets. So the roundtables brought forth these 2 major connections between forest health and healthy watersheds to the storage conversation. So yes, I'm coming back. Andy, you said it very well, that we at least need to move the science forward, because Mark, what you said is that there's a concern from maybe a water rights perspective with these options for storage, but we don't have enough data and science to say that it is impacting water rights and water operations and water management. So.
All right. So what I'm hearing, and then we'll go to Kat. What I'm hearing is that when we come back to build this up, we're going to work in small groups and work on developing these strategies based on the conversation, that there is a strategy here and that strategy needs to be brought out. Kat.
I think you're hearing correctly, but I also, I guess what I'm hearing is that potentially this line is a no and low regret statement that has strategies within it that could fit within it could just be its own category, or it could just recognize the nexus with storage. It could recognize the need for more science. And I think that this alternative storage solutions bucket is throwing us off a little bit. If we just take that out and just look at the statement itself and came up with strategies to support that statement, I think we might have a path forward there. And I guess I'll stop there.
So tweaking the statement to make it an actual no and low regret statement, and then crafting the strategies that go within that. Is that a place that we can pick up after lunch and after our next session? Can we get just a quick temperature check on that? If not, we're going to come back to this. So thumbs up, thumbs to the side. I can live with that. Thumbs down. Can live with it, can live with it. Thumbs up, Heather, Sean. Can you live with it? Okay. All right. All right. You just vote for lunch. That's all right. So it's 12:45, 7, lunchtime. We'll see you back here. Good job.
All right, we're gonna start getting focused again. Who are we missing? Nobody. An award. All right. Ken is outside on the phone. Can we take off the lunch slide? So there we go. All right. So I'm just going to open this up. We get to give Kelsey a little bit of a break and just talk about kind of the current issues on the Colorado River. The storage conversation is, I think, really, I think the storage conversation is really important, particularly when we're thinking about some of the interstate things. I'm going to turn it over to Amy and probably not speak too much on this at this point. We're just continually moving forward, and so I'll have Amy give the most recent update. There's no drama.
No drama at all.
No drama at all.
No drama llamas over here. Okay, so I'm actually going to start, I think, on the other side of the divide. I wanted to provide a quick update on the South Platte litigation, the Supreme Court action that Nebraska is attempting to bring in Nebraska v. Colorado. It's been almost a year now since Nebraska filed with the U.S. Supreme Court, filed for a motion for leave to file a complaint against Colorado. And as I'm sure you all remember, they have two primary claims. One is about Article 4, irrigation season flows, and the other is relates to Article 6, which relates to the Perkins County Canal wintertime flows in the canal that Nebraska is attempting to build. There are also some Article 8 claims that I won't really get into, but anyway, so that happened back in July of 2025. Colorado filed a response brief in October of 2025, essentially urging the court not to take any of Nebraska's claims, stating that they are premature, that they have not asserted any claims for which relief can be granted by the Supreme Court, and saying essentially that Nebraska has not filed or has not stated an injury as well. That was back in October. And then in November, the U.S. Supreme Court invited the federal government through the U.S. Solicitor's Office to weigh in on the case, which I am told is pretty common in cases like this, original actions in the U.S. Supreme Court between states. And just recently, and the update I have today is that the U.S. Solicitor's Office did indeed take them up on that invitation and filed a brief in May. And if the U.S. Solicitor's brief is up on the Supreme Court's website on the docket, and everyone should go read it if they are interested. But essentially, the U.S. asserts that the court should dismiss, or should not, rather not dismiss, but not take any of Nebraska's claims except for the Article 4 claim, which is the irrigation season flows claim. And, if you read the brief, essentially what the Solicitor's Office is saying is, not that they're weighing in on Nebraska's side on the substantive facts or on the merits of the case, but rather saying, there are some complicated factual issues here that the court might be well positioned to address. The U.S., correctly understands the division between the upper and lower sections of the river, and that Nebraska doesn't have a claim to the upper section. And I think if you read their brief, has a pretty solid understanding of the law and the facts. So I'll just leave it at that. Or I guess the only other thing I'll say is that we are expecting the Supreme Court to make a decision on whether to take the case by the end of this month. And as you all know, and as we've discussed before, it's a pretty high bar for the Supreme Court to take a case. So they have the option of just kicking it and saying no. The other process that's playing out is the U.S. Army Corps of Engineer permitting process. And as the U.S. pointed out in their brief, a lot of the questions that Nebraska seeks to have answered might be addressed in that proceeding. So we're in a wait and see mode, and it looks like Jim Yon would like to pitch it.
So the Supreme Court docket came out, and June 25th is when it's up for discussion.
Well, thank you for that update. I didn't know that. Thank you. June 25th. Okay. All right. So now we wait. So that's the drama on the South Platte. Now we'll switch to the drama on the Colorado River unless anyone has any questions about South Platte issues.
Amy, just curious, are any meetings happening while all of this, the litigation is moving or swirling around?
So the meetings that are occurring, I've actually been in Nebraska a lot recently because we're having Platte River Recovery Implementation Program meetings. So yeah. So, you know, we're talking in that context, but in terms of talking about the issues relating to the Supreme Court litigation, we're not discussing those at this time. So any other questions? Please.
There are several meetings going on though with the Corps of Engineers and that Amy's been at and Jason and
Thank you for reminding me of the other meetings I've been at. Yeah, so there are meetings going on that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is conducting in their permitting process. And right now, I think they're just trying kind of an information gathering mode, trying to get as much information as they can about the project. And the Department of Natural Resources is a cooperating agency in that. So we are engaged. Are there any other meetings I've forgotten about, Jim?
no, but to me, the interesting thing about the whole thing was that Corps of Engineers said, before we can really move on with anything is we need to understand the purpose and need because Nebraska did not define it in their application for the Perkins County Canal at all. So that was a big deal. And I thought it was interesting.
Yeah, there are a lot of interesting topics up for discussion in that process. And I would urge everyone, well, you know, there is some information that the Corps has put out about their process and their thinking on it. And if you're curious, it's an interesting read. I'll just leave it at that. Okay, anything else on that? Jason, no? Okay. Okay, moving on to the Colorado River. So you all have seen this infographic or some version of it many, many times before. But you know, it I think is always good. We've been so focused on trying to reach consensus among the basin states, and that is still a focus. But you know, I'm going to try to reground us today back in the NEPA process, and the reminder that ultimately the Bureau of Reclamation is driving this ship, and they're going to have to make a decision, and that decision is coming up soon. So the 2007 guidelines, of course, are expired. Operations will continue through October 1st. So we are getting very, very close to the point when reclamation is going to need to make some decisions. And they have spelled out a little bit more clearly recently their kind of near-term, I guess, time frame for doing so. So in May, Reclamation started talking about this concept of a preliminary preferred alternative. I'm going to talk a little bit more in a moment about what we saw there. If you are someone who is interested in NEPA and you're wondering what a preliminary preferred alternative is, I also am wondering what a preliminary preferred alternative is. It's kind of unique, you know, and I'll talk about more what they're, I guess, envisioning here. Right now, what Reclamation is doing is analyzing or getting ready to analyze or looking at potential preferred alternatives. And they're working on a final environmental impact statement that they're intending to put out at the end of this month. And then they're aiming for a record of decision by the end of July. So we'll see if that timeline holds up, but that is what they're working on right now. And again, they need to have something in place for operations starting on October 1st. So the preliminary preferred alternative, you know, this has been discussed in a few different places by Reclamation, and we get a little bit more information about what they're thinking. But I think there are still a lot of gaps that we don't really know how they will fill yet. But the way this is set out is it's a 10-year framework, but they would have operational guidelines issued every 2 years. So this is essentially setting up for renegotiation every 2 years, which sounds like tons of fun for everyone involved. That's the kind of job security I do not want. But anyway, sorry. So they also have these concepts of principles and sideboards. And the list of principles are what you see here on the slide, essentially just overarching themes that will guide operations. First, hydrology responsive operations, which, you know, we like the sound of that. You all have heard us say supply driven operations many times. You know, they will protect critical elevations at Powell and Meade, and then preserve the benefits of any extraordinary or emergency actions. You know, that's an interesting statement. When I think we think about those types of things, I think getting into reclamation's mind, what they might be thinking about is releases from the upstream initial units in some cases, for example. So preserving the benefits of those, however that might be defined by reclamation, recovery of water in the upstream initial units to the extent practicable, and incorporating mid-year PAL adjustments. We have heard from reclamation time and time again that they're very interested in being able to adjust course as they go throughout the year based on what the 24-month study is saying. So, and I'm sorry, I'm seeing my text is not all visible here, but they are hoping again for consensus to fit within this. So in other words, every couple years that we would develop some kind of a consensus among the basin states that would fit within the framework that they're laying out here. So then we get to the sideboards, and the way that I think you should think about the sideboards is that it's really a range of operational provisions on a number of different fronts. So, and this is going to look familiar. The categories that you see here will look familiar to what you saw in the alternatives report. They kind of break things down into these categories. So lower basin shortages of up to 3 million acre feet. They state that without an agreement, they would do that based on existing law, which you know, presumably is based on priority within the lower basin, with Arizona taking, you know, over 70% of those reductions. PAL operations, they simply say, would be between 5 and 12 million acre feet, which is eerily similar to the range that we put forward in our upper division states alternative, I will note. Storage and delivery of conserved water. This is, you know, in the lower basin, the ability to bank water in Lake Mead is ICS, intentionally created surplus. And in Lake Powell, the concept of a conservation or contribution pool. So they're kind of penciling in up to 8 million acre feet in Mead and up to 3 million acre feet in Powell for something like that. And then additional activities above Powell, they note upstream initial unit releases within the records of decision to protect critical elevations at Powell. So if I'm putting my upper basin hat on and reading that, what I am seeing and hoping for is something that would be similar to a DROA-like agreement that we have under the 2019 DCP, the Drought Response Operations Agreement, where the upstream initial units are providing water downstream to Powell under certain defined circumstances, but subject to the records of decision at those units. So this is what we have right now from reclamation. And, you know, oh, that's the last slide I have. What we are waiting on now, and what our understanding of what reclamation has been working on, is what do the first 2 years of those operations look like? So, you know, we know right now, you know, that provision 6E of the supplemental EIS is in effect with a PAL release of 6 million acre feet. We know that Flaming Gorge is releasing 1 million acre feet of water down to Lake Powell, but reclamation is heavily focused right now on what's going to come throughout the course of the next 2 years, and have asked for some input from the lower basin as well as the upper division states on what that might look like. You know, we have gotten some view of what the lower basin thinks that should be, and essentially the 2-year framework that they have put out has Powell really teetering right on the brink of crisis and pulling significant amounts of water down from the upstream initial units to support Lake Powell, but not only to support Lake Powell, but to support their view of compact compliance, which is 8.23 million acre feet out of Lake Powell. You know, we continue to hear threats of litigation from Arizona, but, you know, when you look at how dire the situation is right now and look at the amount of water that would be required to maintain the release that Arizona is claiming that they are entitled to, that water simply does not exist in the system, regardless of everything we might be able to do in the upper basin. So, you know, we're continuing, I think, to focus on getting our house in order and make sure that we understand the components of a potential upper basin, part of a 2-year plan, what that might look like, and working to understand better what reclamation has in mind. And I anticipate so many exciting things are going to happen by the end of June. We're going to hear more from the feds on their final EIS. We might hear from the Supreme Court on the South Platte. So just lots of fun to come. And
I would not get too excited about the end of June. I think that will probably be a little delayed. So that was the original statements of a final EIS by sometime in June. My presumption is that that might be a bit of a struggle, particularly with some of the recent hydrology reports. So
I think that's everything I had. And, maybe just a note that the June 24-month study came out the other day, and it is dire. It's very, very bad. And it shows that even with the, the million acre feet from Flaming Gorge, even with the reduced release from Powell of 6 million acre feet, there's still a really very, very good chance that Powell is going to dip below hydropower pool. So that's all the good news I have for you today, but happy to take any questions, or Becky, if you want to add anything.
Nope.
Could you just clarify? For sharing. Could you clarify that last statement that they're trying to protect the power generation pool at what, 3490? So that's like the very minimum level that they can still release any water?
Hydropower production, 3490. And then that pool is 3470. 3490 is hydropower production, 3470 is dead pool. And they're showing that Powell might be at 34 under the most probable 3488, I think, next spring, and probably it's going to be lower than that.
And so
We don't want to talk about the minimum.
yeah, and we lose the ability below 3470 to release water out of the bypass tubes?
I will say, yeah. So I think there are a lot of operational questions that start to arise below, even just below 3490. So I think there's a lot we don't know.
Okay.
And also what we don't know is, is it going to be possible to move monthly releases at that point in time to, accommodate hydropower production, or, so there are a lot of unanswered questions, I think, at this level.
Thank you.
Good times. Any other questions? Oh, yes, Ken.
Yeah, lots of thoughts going through my head, but realistically, explain a little bit more about the UCRC request for a mediator. Is there can you expand on the substance to that, of who that might be?
So at this point, I think it would be disingenuous for us to say we're requesting mediation and this is who the mediator has to be. So basically, what we have done is we have for a long time been asking for additional resources, and I think many of you have heard me say this: as the hydrology worsens, the discussions become harder, not easier. Unfortunately, you would think that the defining of the problem as hydrology gets worse is a bit easier, which would help us get to a solution, but that's not necessarily the case. So we do feel like if there's anything that we can do or do differently, that we should try. And so we offered that. We have had a couple discussions in regards to what a structure could look like with that, and even some suggestions on people. We've also offered suggestions on some of the folks who the lower basin could talk to for input and ideas on a structure, but we've gone as far as like figuring out how to pay for that or some ideas on that. We're continue to push that and will continue to push that and see how that goes.
Thank you.
And I don't, just as a side note, I don't believe that mediation is a sign of failure. It's a sign of, calling in additional support in an incredibly difficult time. We're taking applications, just kidding. And actually, to be perfectly honest, I've gotten multiple calls, emails, requests for, there are people clamoring to be the mediator. Much of them, I would probably say, are not impartial. We'll continue trying to figure this out, and we've had some pretty good ideas, what I would think on that.
Would both divisions have access to both of the ICS pools in both basins? And wouldn't we need a shepherding authority in the upper division states to use an ICS pool, or whatever you want to call it, like a conserved pool in Lake Powell?
Do you want to take this one?
So I think that the pools would be separate. So the pool in Lake Powell would be for the upper division states, and we probably wouldn't call it ICS. It would be some kind of contribution or conservation pool that we would fill, and ideally would be, operationally neutral, so not subject to the whatever operational rules are at Lake Powell. And the lower basin pool of 8 million acre feet would be separate and would be for the lower basin.
And I think it's important to recognize that we've while it may seem like a nuance of language, we have commonly referred to the upper basins as contribution pool. And part of the reason is because to keep that scope broad of what we look at. And I think first and foremost, and if you all have any ideas on this, I will gladly take them. And I know some folks are going to take me up on it. But one of the struggles that we've been having is the accounting for and acknowledging the fact that we haven't fully developed and that there's a benefit to that. So that's number one. Number two would be that the tribes in the upper basin have settled but undeveloped tribal water rights that are a benefit to the system. And then there is our strict administration, which also, particularly in years like this, create situations where we have hydrologic shortage, but also hydrology causes situations where we have to live within the means of the river. And when I say rivers, I mean all the river and its tributaries. So that being said, that some way to acknowledge the way that we operate is a benefit, I think is incredibly important. So those things are important. Of course, Andy's going to say something. Come on, Andy. Oh, and Amy wants to add something.
I did just want to speak to the second part of your question about shepherding. And I think, one thing that we've learned in the last couple of years, I don't know if you're familiar with the Upper Colorado River Commission Provisional Accounting MOU, which is essentially an MOU among the Upper Basin states and reclamation about how we can track and account for water that we are adding to the system that is getting to Lake Powell or an upstream initial unit. And I think what we've learned through that is that there are mechanisms for the upper division states to work together and to work with reclamation under existing authorities and laws to contribute water, to account for that water. The agreement that we still don't have set up is how credit for that water and how it, what happens to it once it gets in Lake Powell, which is very tied up in the post 2026 operational framework, obviously. But I think we have shown, a good faith effort to making that all work. And each state's laws are kind of different and work differently. But we are working on looking at those issues now.
Yeah, and I think it's important to recognize that particularly recently, our contributions have been just what we said, the administration, the upper initial unit releases of could be up to 1.6 million acre feet. We've done the SCPP, we've done the MOU with the Bureau of Reclamation MOU, and all 4 upper basin states participated in that. So I think that's an important piece to acknowledge. We'd also like some credit for that at some point.
Well, I want to thank you for the update, Becky and Amy. I think it's good to hear. I understood at the Senate ENR hearing last week that Amy House from Utah indicated something that I hadn't heard before, which was that the upper basin states had agreed to 100,000 acre feet of conservation annually, and that Utah itself would match its percentage under the upper basin compact at 23,000 acre feet of that. Is there anything you can share on that? As that came as a surprise to us.
So I believe what Amy said was they were committed to 23,000 over the next 2 years, not over a certain each additional year. I think really one of the struggles that I have had is that a firm commitment, regardless of hydrology, is essentially a cap. And that's a difficult pill to swallow, particularly if there is not constraints in the lower basin on uses. And so I think there was a little bit of a vagueness on how she presented that. I want to be perfectly honest and transparent, through some of the negotiations, which have not come to fruition. And we didn't come out with a deal. But we had talked about things of like up to 100,000 depending on hydrology. And that it didn't say each state was responsible for a certain percentage of that. We did not get to that level. But again, it was very dependent on hydrology. And so but like I mentioned, that was with a deal. And there were more components to a deal than just a contribution plan in the upper basin. There was much more that we needed to see in a deal to get to that level. And we're not there apparently.
And I just wanted to add as well that, I was saying that Reclamation has asked for input from upper and lower basins on the next 2 years of operations. And the upper division states have told Reclamation in that context that we would have a goal of accruing 100,000 acre feet by 2028 if federal funding is available to support that, if the 2025, 2026 provisional accounting MOU projects are appropriately credited and included, and dependent on hydrologic conditions. So there are a lot of conditions that go with that 100,000 up to 100,000 acre feet.
Let's see. Okay. I was going to ask, is there like any storage modeling done that would tell you how much you need to make everything equal in a drought year like this? Like X amount of acre feet or
so
I mean, is there a goal in mind? Or?
So are you talking about like 50-50 equal kind of?
Well, yeah, I'm talking about because of hydrology, we're short this year. We had, we didn't have the snowpack we needed. Because we're talking about storage, if there was extra amount of storage that collected even more water, is there an answer there? I don't know if I'm wording my question right, but.
Can I ask
Sure.
Just a little bit of detail? Are you talking about storage within the upper basin states, or are you talking about the analysis of Powell and Meade storage?
Well, I guess all of it, upper and lower base.
So
I mean,
there's been significant work on and all of that. And I think some of what we're doing right here and today, like this is a perfect example of why the work that you all are doing is so important, is because that's part of the discussion. Remember, when you look at storage, there has to be a purpose and need, and component to things. And
Well-
storage would have helped in times like this.
right. My question is, how much more? Obviously, whatever we have is insufficient. So
Mm-hmm.
do we have, is there like a, 2X, 4X, 10X? Well, I mean, how does that, I guess, has anybody looked at that or?
You want to?
Yeah, I was just going to say, a really good place to look for that is actually the Upper Division States Alternative. And the way that we structured Powell operations would be based on Powell elevation. And
Right.
so we actually did a lot of modeling and a lot of technical work to kind of show, when Powell is at this level, how much is healthy to release to rebuild storage. So we have looked at that, and I'm happy to send you the kind of the many-paged document that lays that out. That
Right.
kind of just shows our work on what we think, how we think Powell operations should work to maintain a healthy level of storage.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that would be good. I guess in my mind, it's like if we have an adequate amount of storage and we don't know what that is, but whatever that is, that would also help in years like 83 and 84 when we had so much water. It's like if it could even help hold some of that or delay some of those what's coming downstream. I mean, to me, it looks like a no-brainer. So, but
Well, we thought so too, and that's why our entire alternative and everything we've put on the table is based on that very thought that, we need to start by rebuilding storage and only releasing what's available in a given year.
right.
And one way to do that is by looking at storage.
Well, and the recovery of it. So I think this year highlights, particularly with where we're starting from in the major reservoirs, why exactly what you're saying is so critically important. These discussions, I continue to say this, we would not be so in high demand if we had not released so much in the beginning of these guidelines. There would be more
Right.
in storage.
Yeah.
And so you wouldn't find us speaking at conferences. You wouldn't, because we would be kind of able to be okay. The reason this is such a critical thing right now is because the storage is so low. It is so low. And so again, it emphasizes the importance of not only what we're doing here today on intrastate basis, but the interstate, it's common sense. So
Which isn't so common.
yeah, well, it's math. It's math.
Right.
Any other questions? We can move on. Oh, Ken.
Jesus. So if the drought persists
Yes.
and we're putting 1 million acre feet of water into Powell, and one of the principles that they've endorsed, in fact, the first one was that we're hydrologically responsive. Should we interpret that the releases would be proportionate to the inflow? Or do we know that yet?
I don't believe we fully know that yet. What we know is like there's only so much that can be released, right? And so we don't, predictions are just that. And they're wrong is probably more than they're right. And so we don't know what's going to happen next year. And so we can't necessarily say what part of what our original proposal did was essentially say you should look at the reservoir storage on October 1st and make the decision for the following year. So essentially, if you were to, you could look at this summer and the current existing storage and know that next year was going to suck, right? You would know that next year is going to be extremely rough because you would make decisions based on the storage that's in there on October 1st. Now, let's hypothetically say we get a whopper of a winter, which I would love. There would be a delayed benefit to that, but you would at least be able to prepare and know. But I think really making decisions that are based on actual information, not predictions, not hopes and dreams, but actual elevations was one of the key components of our proposal, because we think that that's smart. That's what you would do on a smaller scale. That's what you all are doing on the ground today. That's appropriate management of your water resources. As we drove here, we all drove by a reservoir of some type, right? And the managers, and Jim, you are a perfect example of this. The managers are looking at those and saying, we don't drain this all in 1 year because we don't have a backup plan. Particularly if you're talking about a resource that produces hydropower, that there are millions of people that rely on it and resources. So I think that's what we're looking at, is hoping that we'll have some more common sense operations going into the future. Jim, I know you drain.
Hi, we drain. No, that's not what I was going to say. But I just want to say there is good news on the interstate front in the Rio Grande.
Yes.
After 15 years of negotiations, the U.S. Supreme Court approved the plan of the states, I believe, on May 28th or something like that. So that's
the Rio
good
Grande
news.
is a good example of a good example of, but from rough times, from some really rough times. So, and unfortunately, it's also a good example of how long that takes, and the level of uncertainty that was there in that period of time for everybody involved. Heather, do you want to say anything?
I've forgotten how to remember the good news.
Yeah, thanks for bringing up the good news. We never get to talk about the good news. Thanks, Jim.
All right, I think we're bringing Kelsey back up. I just want to remind all of us as we embark back on our storage conversation, to keep in mind the long game on this. We still have 3 topics themes within storage to get through today. And we have many more topics ahead of us. So I want to just encourage us to, stay at this high level with our strategies and our statements. And with that, I think I'll turn it back over to Kelsey.
Thanks. So speaking of other good news, you guys have a no and low regrets statement and 2 really high quality strategies. So that's also really good news. That's okay. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you. All right. I'm here for the claps. Okay. So what we've kind of been working on over the last hour and a half while y'all are having lunch is coming back to where we left off before lunch. So bringing that statement back up, because it does seem like there is some, for lack of a better term, synergy. I'm sorry. Synergy around that statement, and I do mean statement, and seeing if there is a way to craft it into an actual no and low regrets statement. So Alyssa's going to pull that back up in just a second. And we're going to have guys get into groups. If you want to mix up your group a little, you can just turn to the person on the other side of you, or you can just kind of stick with where you were. But we're going to give you, because this is a very brief statement and we're looking at creating a statement, not a strategy, with recognize that healthy forests and watersheds protect storage, infrastructure, water supply. Sorry, let me rephrase my water supply, water quality, and the environment. Is there a no and low regret statement that you can make out of that? So that's going to be the assignment. Questions, comments? Lisa?
Just a quick clarification. So did we do thumbs up or not thumbs up about the statement as it exists now?
We did not. No. Are you proposing we do that?
Well, I'm just trying to recall the conversation was pretty loopy-loop. But I just was thinking that it might be helpful to find out whether or not, because it's a strong, very declarative,
It is, yeah.
foundational statement as it is. So just a thought.
Would you all like to do a temperature check on whether this is a statement you want to work with before we move into working on it as a statement? Or did I say that right, Lisa? Keep it as is? Okay, let's clear it. I want to just make sure I'm rephrasing correctly. Is there support generally around this statement as a no and low regret? Is that what you're proposing, Lisa? Okay. Is there support around this statement as a no and low regret? There does not have to be, but thumbs up. Yes, I support working on this statement now. I'm struggling, but I'm not going to stop it, and I'm going to stop this.
So again, just to clarify.
Okay, no,
I apologize.
please do.
So what we're trying to decide is whether or not we accept it as is. And if that doesn't pass, then we would work on it, but we're still working on it as a statement in some sort of declarative document form, not a strategy. So we're not moving back into trying to work it as a strategy from section 2.
Correct.
Right?
We are
Okay.
not
I
moving
just
to a
wanted to make
strategy
that-
in section 2.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Thumbs up, thumbs to the side. I've got a qualm here. Just go to the side if you're to the side. Do we have any downs? Jim? You're leaning down. Heather leaning down. Lisa, repeat it again.
All right. So I just want to clarify for the leaning downers. You would suggest continuing to work on the statement, or you would suggest that it shouldn't be a statement. It rather should be incorporated to the 3 sections, which will deal with the watershed health issues in the future. So I think it's not necessarily, let's go back to the drawing board and rework this statement. So just to clarify what the weird Pat thing was going on thing. All right. So I think that's the clarification. A no might just be not making a statement.
A no would be not making a statement. Greg.
So I was really unclear what the structure of this whole document might be. And at lunch, I talked to Jeff and Kat and Sam, I think, about that a little bit. And one thing that Jeff threw out that I thought, well, that could cover a lot of ground, was that there might well be like an introductory letter from the IBCC, let's say, like there is that introductory letter from the board in the water plan that's sort of big picture. Here's what we're up to. Here's what we kind of think is important, broad themes in the spirit of the effort in the document. And he might want to say more, I don't know, but the way he talked about that made me feel like, oh, okay, there is maybe another place for these things. It's not as formal as a preamble or whereas, but it really sort of sets that stage for then the strategies that follow and the no and low regrets, the statements and the strategies. I don't know if there's anything more you would add, Jeff.
No, well, I'll just, I don't think there's anything to necessarily add. I think it seemed like around this room, there was pretty broad support for this statement in general. The discussion was more about, does it fit here? Does it fit in nature-based solutions? Or is it just kind of framing the way we're thinking about water management and storage generally? And so if it's the last part of that, then I think it could fall into some of the narrative around potentially storage and nature-based solutions. But I think it's important to remember that what we're doing right now is just a piece of the final product. We're going to add narrative, we're going to add descriptive language, and I think this is a really strong statement. And it seems like this is maybe just the way that we're approaching this effort and thinking about storage, and potentially there are other places where this type of like conceptual framing could land.
So to further clarify what you would suggest, since I think Greg was right, there tended to be some pretty broad consensus. What we would do is put it in a parking lot for when the document, as we formulate it, comes to some closure, it would be pulled back up with, I assume, other statements that we come up with to be put into some sort of preamble, introduction, or document explanation.
Yeah, I think that's right. I would be shocked if we don't come up with another thing like this for agriculture or for any of the for water conservation and efficiency, for any of the topics really. And I think the consensus is the important part, and like where it fits is maybe less important. I do think there's more work to be done on like actual storage. So is this a no and low regret for storage is maybe a question for down the road, or maybe we punt that one to the subcommittee. But yeah, I think there's a lot of places where this can land. We will resurface this when we get to nature-based solutions and sort of that like watershed health conversation, just to make sure, potentially this is the foundation of a no and low regret for that. But yeah, that's just sort of where we're thinking.
Okay, so the proposal on the table is to take this statement, for which there is consensus, if not consensus for how it's exactly written. There's consensus that this is important, but we're going to put it in a parking lot to revisit. So that's the question. Is there a consensus in the room to put this in a parking lot to revisit as an important statement that could potentially frame the whole document, but we're not deciding that today. We just decide this is important. So thumbs up, I can live with it. I will die on this. All right, got it. We're done. Good job. Woo! All right, more good news. We did it. Guys, that was like record. That was like 7 minutes. All right. Okay, we're going to just keep moving on that note. Okay. So get the rest of your document. So there's no number 3. There's no 3. So good job. You did it. Number 3 taken care of. On to number 4. Look at that. Okay, so there was an edit to the document, but unfortunately the edit did not carry over.
What makes us feel better? There's a surprise number 3 coming at a later date. Just kidding. Just a bad typo, my part. Sorry.
Okay, so with the remainder of our time, or the remaindering of our time here, we've got 3 more categories of items. Now, some of these items some of you have already referenced are subsumed into the strategies you've already set. Maybe they belong somewhere else. Don't let these categories determine what's important and what's not important. So this whole conversation so far about the difference between a strategy and a statement doesn't really hold as much water here. We're looking here for, are there no and low regret statements? Not necessarily based on these categories, because these categories, as we've mentioned, might not be the right categories. So, are there easy wins, or are there things that are clearly no and low regret statements in the remainder of the document? So what I want to have happen here, and I just want you guys to remember, not everything in this document is going to make it into the final document that is produced by this process. There is going to be culling. There's going to be things that don't fit. There's going to be things that are sent back to the round tables. So not everything that's on here has to be a no and low regret. And second, just a reminder, Kat pointed out there were 2 no and low regret statements related to storage in the 2013 document. You already have one, and you've got an important framing sentence that belongs somewhere else. And a lot of stuff to discuss for nature-based solutions already. So you've got 1 no and low regret statement and 2 really good strategies. So we're going to go through and give you guys a few minutes to look through the remainder of the document. Are there no and low regret statements that you think the entire IBCC would support in the rest of this document? All of them. 4, 5, and 6. So take time to look through. Are there things in there that are no and low regret statements or strategies that the whole IBCC could support and that we could talk about today? Yes, Lisa.
Could you please pull up our success story, our no and low regret statement that we just had?
Yes.
You don't get to edit.
That's right.
Okay.
I want to go back and talk about it. No, I don't want to go back and talk about it. Can you make it so much bigger for those of us who are in our 60s? Just like a lot bigger.
And then can you move the strategies up underneath it? Thank you. All right. Alyssa's going to copy and paste the strategy
So it's
to underneath it.
down.
Hold on. So we got all that.
Okay.
Did you want the strategies?
Well, I just before we go into reading the entire document, I'm just looking at the overlap between our no and low regret strategy that we developed this morning and number 6. And I'm just wondering whether or not either those should be incorporated or we already took care of number 6. All right, so I think that's the shortest win. I think that's like 2 minutes.
Woo! That's the power of water.
My kids would kill you. Yes, that is the power of water.
All right. So now you are looking at number 4 and number 5 silently to yourselves. Oh yeah, Rick, go ahead. Just do it.
I'm sorry. Do we need to add new storage maybe to that first one? Because 6 talks about all storage, not just rehabilitation.
So there is something else there then, because this number 1 is support for rehabilitation of aging infrastructure, not new storage.
Right. So
then on number 6, there is still something then, is what you're saying.
yeah, maybe can we just put and new storage in here?
Storage development.
Don't look at me. It's not up to
Right.
me.
Storage development.
This is a question for the group. I will facilitate that. I think that you all would need to have a conversation about that. And is that how you want to spend your time, or do you want to look through the rest of the document first?
I'm good looking through the rest of the document.
Okay,
I
let's
just-
go to the document. Highlight some things that you think could be whole IBCC no and low regret statements. Sean?
I disagree that 6 is captured in this as much as I'd want to fast track what we're doing. 6 is talking about storage in a general sense and even goes into making favorable funding matches to agriculture, revamping the program, talking about new storage and what we did with the rehabbing of aging infrastructure as existing storage. And I think there's a conversation to be had of those distinct ideas. The other thing I need clarity on is I heard you say spend some time thinking about the strategies. That took us to lunch.
It did. So can I provide some clarification on where this is going? Okay, so we have a limited finite amount of time. Not everything is going to end up in the final document. So right now, with the remaining time, what is important to you all? 6 is back on the table. And whatever comes out from this conversation is going to need to go to the subcommittee, or it's just going to need to go back to the roundtables. So again, the question for right now is what is in here that you do want to spend time talking about for the remaining period of time we have together today? What's important enough to go to the subcommittee? Because there is a finite amount of time, and that's not to say that there's pressure. You already have a really great no and low regret statement. So how are we going to spend that? And also, how are we going to spend it without spending all of our time talking about what we want to talk about? Which is important, but
I'm ready.
oh, you're ready? Okay. And then Sean, and then
I would like to talk about 5. I agree 6 needs to be talked about. Personally, I'm very unclear on 4 and want to push that to the bottom. Can we take a vote on and just grab one and start talking? I'll do any of them, but I put forth 5.
all right.
It's number 1.
Ken's putting forth 5. Sean and Lisa, you both had your cards up before he said that. So go ahead.
I could live with shifting around, but I would advocate, I think they need to be talked, all of them need to be talked about. And I know that there's a desire perhaps to keep things down to a smaller number. Maybe that's a conversation we ought to have, but I don't know that we have consensus that we need to. And perhaps that's what you were asking us to do is, can you live with one of them not being on the list?
The question, I don't care how many there are, but other people do. And also, just in light, the whole point of bringing that up is that the 2013 document had 2. So just trying to give you all a framework for what success is in the past. It doesn't have to be the definition of success today, but we only have a finite amount of time to continue the conversations. So it is a process of making some of those hard choices when there are so many important things to talk about. Lisa?
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with Sean. No, I do. I think that they're all really important. And Ken, if you wanted to start with whichever one you wanted to start with, I think they all do need to be talked about. And reading 6, Sean, you were right. 6 should remain in there. I don't know whether or not the subcommittee, and I'm just one member of the subcommittee, whether it's appropriate for us to be having that discussion, in our short calls. And then my last, I guess it's a question is, what would we be bringing back to the roundtable? Like, oh, so we just talked a lot about one. So when it tell us which one of these you want to go forward. They'll say, talk about all of them. So yeah, I don't know where that really leads. Maybe I'm suggesting we expedite our process in some way or form so we can talk about them all. But Ken, I support whichever one you'd like to go for. We probably only have time to talk about one more today. So I agree, with whatever one you'd like. That was sort of a question? I don't know. I don't know.
Kat or Jeff, do you want to weigh in just on? So I would just want to clarify, when I say send it back to the roundtables, I more meant like not everything gets consumed into this document. It's not going to be the be all end all for all of everything that the roundtable submitted. And so if something doesn't make it in, it doesn't mean it's not important. It just means this is not something the IBCC was able to take up for more than one reason. Not that it just gets.
I certainly see that point, but I also see a lot of consensus in the numbers that are left.
Yeah.
So.
Lisa, I would say, what we have here is a consolidated list of all the ideas that came out of the roundtables, thematically organized, right? So the themes we have: support regulatory, permitting, and administrative efficiency. Those are just a shot in the dark about what we think the no and low regret statement could be. So I think each one of these numbers could be a conversation right now, a quick conversation. Is this the no one regret statement we want? Do we think it's important enough that it rises to our strategy level that we want to, or not our strategy level, our statement level? If we get a thumbs up maybe on all of those, then we can go on to strategies potentially for each. I think that that could be a way to expedite the process of making sure we touch on each one before the end of the day today. I don't know if that's something that the group would be supportive of just doing quickly.
I'll maybe just add, I wonder if maybe we should just take a little bit of time to review what's left as a group.
That's what we were trying to do. Yeah.
Yeah. And just see I think all of this stuff came from the basin roundtables. So it's important in one basin or another. And I think there's a lot of alignment in some of this. And I wonder if there's like a way where we could, if maybe like multi-benefit storage doesn't rise to the level of having a standalone no and low regret statement, but could be incorporated into the 2 or 3 strategies that we have for 2 or 3 statements and the strategies that we have for storage, if that makes sense. Like maybe there's ways to just create some efficiencies and incorporate everything that came out of those really productive conversations at the roundtable level into what we're drafting here at this level.
Sean?
We're going to maybe have time on the agenda where we're going to talk a little bit of what got discussed at the subcommittee level and a sort of a revised approach to all this. So I'll take a second to just note this moment in time as being option 1. We called it options. We did call it options. Okay, so this is option 1. Just note that for future discussion if we have time. I think we got to give staff some credit here. This option 1 was sort of a result of the IBCC really struggling last meeting we got all of these sheets of paper from all the roundtables. I think there's some synergies between it. Wouldn't it be great if somebody put pen to paper? And to staff's credit, they did. I actually think it's pretty incredible. To the statements that are made. It's why I advocated for, I think we should keep them and maybe resurrect the dead number 3 that disappeared. So I think they're really good. I think what we struggled with today is coming up with the strategies. And so I would push back on how this section got sort of couched. I was pushing back on, I don't think we should just be dismissive of the good work that the staff did to create the statements. I think the statements are good. I think what we learned is we really get our high pay from digging into the strategies. And what I'm hearing is we got a limited time today. So which one would be the best one to dig into? I think that's a fair question. But I heard it as, could you do away with one of them and maybe just put it somewhere else or deal with it later? And that's what I was pushing back on.
Gotcha. Thank you. We're on the same page. Pat?
I agree with Sean that staff has put in some really good work and been very thoughtful in compiling this. And what I'm actually attracted to, I think as an IBCC, we actually came up with kind of going on record of something that this is what we believe and this is what we think is important with kind of the nature-based solutions as storage thing in the parking lot. I actually think we could get a couple quick wins to take back to the roundtable that would prepare us for shifting to option 2 moving forward by even just acknowledging, for instance, the high cost of storage development and the complexity of the funding landscape we all agree that those are significant barriers to implementation. And whether that ends up in our memo or the preamble or whatever, just I think there's power in just acknowledging some of these statements as an IBCC to say this is a statewide concern, and then we're working on solutions. But I think that might prepare us to take things back to our roundtable and shift to option 2.
Go ahead, Angie.
Can I suggest having our breakout groups develop a strategy for the remaining numbers and bring them back? We may not come to consensus, but I felt like that was a pretty effective use of our time.
That is
today.
where we're heading. Yeah.
Good. Breakout groups.
That's
though.
we are heading
Breakout
to
groups.
breakout. No, we're headed to breakout groups. That was where we were going. So I want to bring it back to what Kat suggested before, and let's take up number 5, as Ken suggested, and let's just run through the criteria to make sure that that's the statement you want to work on strategies under with the remaining time. That's the process based on what Kat said, and then moving into our breakout groups for strategies. Jeff? And Ken also has his. What? You're good? Okay. Yes, Ken.
All I wanted to say is that I think this option 2, the sooner we talk about that, the better. And then stop looking at our feet, start looking at all of the work that we have to do in the future in the process. Like if we had aspired to take on originally agriculture, I'm trying to remember what it is. Now it's going to be conservation and land use, I believe. And I thought using option 2, we would actually be having a discussion amongst us to try to identify the key topics. We're not going to have any time to do that if we dive into this. I mean, guarantee you we can spend the rest of the day doing this, as opposed to honoring the work that's already been done. Because I would be at least a third or fourth person that would say staff's done a great job of trying to synthesize all of this work, take advantage of that, and try to keep this thing moving forward. I'd love to be able to take this back and share it with my roundtable. They haven't seen any of this, but help everybody understand what option 2 is and what the difference is, and begin to do some of the work, the groundwork that we need to do today to begin to work on the conservation and land use discussions. Thank you.
Okay, so Pat, your card is back up, or was that from before? Okay. All right, so number 5, as Ken Curtis proposed, the criteria. So reading number 5, we're going to go through the criteria on that. So does number 5 fit within this topic? Yes, sort of, no. And number 5 is identify multi-benefit opportunities for storage and infrastructure needs. All right. Is there value in, I don't see any thumbs down. So that's what I'm looking for. If someone does have it, point it out to me. All right. If criteria number 2, is this worth IBCC's time? Not worth. That's not the right phrasing. What? Is it the right forum? Excuse me. Is this the right forum? Yes, sort of, no. I don't see any no's. Okay. And then the last one, is there support around the state from multiple basins for this topic? Not all of them, but more than 2. More than 1. Okay. All right. So this is a statement that is worth your time talking or valuable for your time right now. And so now the next step is going into your small groups and starting to craft, reading through these and starting to craft some of those strategies that might fit into this statement. Yes, Lisa.
So is this where if there are bullets that are either not as clear or you would like some meaning on, is now the time to ask that before we draft the strategy, or should we just ignore those bullets and form the strategy around the ones that we do get?
go ahead and highlight questions that you have in your group together because your group might be able to answer it. Someone in your group might be. And if not, then highlight that to bring it back after the group
Gotcha.
session.
Gotcha.
Good question. Thank you. All right. Going to give y'all 10 minutes or 7. All right. You guys, will you adopt Mark? Does it work? It works. Okay, go ahead and wrap up your conversations. Come on back to your seats. I don't know that that's mine. All right, which group is going to go first? Who would like to share what they did first? All right, Luke and Heather, go back to your seats now.
We'll
I'm
share.
leaving in 26 minutes. Go back to your seats.
Kelsey, we'll share.
All right, thank you, Lisa.
We'll share. Oh yeah, we'll share.
All right. What in your group discussion on identifying multi-benefit opportunities for storage and infrastructure needs, what did you come up with in terms of strategies or discuss in your group?
So our group actually went through the listed bullets under the topic, and in our discussions identified 50% of them that we didn't really feel like belonged in this particular topic. So what we did was we concentrated on the couple that we felt like really encompassed the subject. And so we came up with balanced prioritization of multi-benefit storage opportunities with the identification of the most impactful projects, which means basically let multi-benefit collaborate and serve, but you have to take into account the success of the storage project as well.
All right. Is there another one?
No, that was the only one. And we're happy to discuss the bullets that we pulled out that we didn't feel like belonged in the category.
All right, let's go around and hear what other groups had, and then we can come back to that, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Carrie?
Sure. So we just, we too didn't use all the bullets, and then we pulled in some bullets from the first one that we thought were actually more appropriate. So that encompass this one sentence. Identify partnership opportunities that create multi-benefit storage, development, and operations. Yeah, I think it all of these things.
Storage something at the end of the sentence, multi-benefit storage.
Development and operations.
And operations.
Yep.
Identify partnership opportunities that create multi-benefit storage, development, and operations.
So we just took the first.
No
bullet.
commas.
Yeah.
Alyssa.
No commas.
No commas.
Multi-benefit storage, development, and operation.
No, just the first comma.
Storage development.
Yeah.
Storage operations.
Multi-benefit storage, development, and operations. Yeah. And so we just took that first bullet and then added a couple things to it. So.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Tom, Ken, and Pat.
I think we were kind of the Debbie Downer group a little bit here. We were just talking about the fact that sometimes multi-benefit storage and making that a requirement or whatever, I think just through some lived experiences, it can add complexity, it can add time, it can add cost, sometimes to the point where it makes a project infeasible or where you have folks drop out of a project to do other less attractive projects. So I was kind of just playing around with a statement of a way to support project proponents in incorporating multi-purpose benefits through X. And I could probably use your all's help in kind of what that action statement is of how we can help those with the good intentions to incorporate these benefits, acknowledging some of the complexities that come with that. And thanks.
All right. Thank you, group. We can come back to that once we get everybody reported out. All right. Last group.
We're on to something. So building off of the conversation this morning of that an acre foot of rehab storage or new storage should both be equally valuable. We want to make it clear that even if storage is single purpose, it's still really important, because the nature of the conversation has been, we don't have enough storage and we need more. And so we wanted to make it clear that, and I think we were kind of struggling with the subheading, roundtable stress storage must balance competing demands, kind of like this requirement that there's multi-purpose projects. And so we wanted to make it more of providing opportunities for people to find each other and leverage resources and lead to positive outcomes, but not necessarily forcing it. And so we were pretty close to what Carrie was saying, but with a little bit different. Identify opportunity. So if we were to take group twos, we would say identify opportunities for partnerships that leverage resources. So encourage people to find each other and maximize their opportunities by sharing funds and revenues, but not make it a penalty if something is not multi-purpose.
Is there a way to add that, Heather, that your group came up with? Adding that, but not being penalized component?
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Keeping me honest.
Good job, Tanner.
So Jeff just wanted to make sure we said resources. So yeah, identify opportunities for partnerships that leverage resources to promote multi-purpose storage. Yeah, Jim Yon bringing it in. I feel like it's there, Kelsey, that it's not necessarily like keeping it upbeat makes it to where it's not a negative thing. It's more of, this is what we want to encourage.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so there is definitely a lot of synergy between 2 and 4. What else do you guys see? Was that not meant to be out loud? Mark?
Yeah, to Heather's point, I think we agree that this is to promote those multi-benefit opportunities that are out there, finding them, supporting them. I think the single benefit storage projects, you're right, those need to happen. That's how a lot of storage is developed. You know, it's somebody identifies the need, they go and they do the project. I think that's going to be in 6, right? That's where we're going to try to support just the development of storage as we know we need it here in Colorado. But for these multi-benefit, multi-purpose opportunities, what we wanted to highlight was that's both potentially the development of new storage that's multi-benefit, multi-purpose, but also the operation of existing storage that could be multi-beneficial in a way that it hasn't been previously. Examples of that would be like the voluntary flow management program in the Upper Arkansas, and things like that, the winter water storage program in the Arkansas. So good examples out there where if we look at things, we can potentially find new ways that have those types of benefits that weren't originally part of why the storage was developed.
So are there other things y'all are seeing in these that it could be a way to combine them? Or are they, Pat?
I really like Heather's idea. I think it's really important to stay upbeat, to not deal in musts for this topic. And to Mark's point, to find a way to acknowledge that we're striving to find multi-purpose benefits upfront for new storage, but also we should recognize that multi-benefit opportunities can appear or evolve over time with existing facilities. And so we should always be looking for those opportunities with existing facilities.
Ken Brenner and then Ken Curtis.
I think that's what our group was saying. In fact, that's what I'm generally hearing around the room, is that we want to encourage this, but not require it. Yeah. It shouldn't be an obstacle. It should be something we aspire to. So I think we're real close on this.
Ken Curtis, you put yours down, and then Tom. Okay.
I just wanted to get the existing storage put in there to yours, just so it's clear. I think there are opportunities, and we've talked about it in some of these drought exercises we're going through and Grand Valley's working on, so.
I was just going to say that whether you're looking at single or multi-benefit, that just simply put, all storage is equal. So
All storage is equal. Sean?
Can I ask a staff question? Is it currently an approach if a project proponent comes to the water plan funds that if it is multi-benefit, they get to sort of pull money from each of the buckets that line up with that benefit? Or is it always, in this case, storage? It just gets a higher ranking or prioritization.
I think the policy is that you ask for funding from one category. So you don't necessarily like pull from each target allocation. The project lands in the best applicable category. And multi-benefit is not a requirement. It does say in the statute for our review to give multi-benefit preference or some sort of like priority points in the application. It's not a requirement, but it does make the application more competitive.
So our group kind of got into actions a little bit, which we were sworn off of, but I'll say it out loud. I could see if this language kind of sticks. I really appreciate this conversation, and the way that Ken paraphrased it is it's all important. And I could see a world where maybe the incentive for multi-benefit would you get to tap into other buckets to incentivize the leveraging of dollars to make a project go forward. But storage being storage seems to be perhaps penalized because it can't compete against multi-purpose storage. And I think that's the language we're all trying to play with here.
I hear what you're saying. It doesn't really make a lot of sense for the way that we administer the water plan grant program in particular, because those target allocations aren't set in stone. So if there's less than $5 million of demand and the target is $5 million, we have the ability to move some of that funding around to fund projects in other categories. And like I said, it's important to recognize the multi-benefit, but you got to pick one category to apply for. And it's usually the best applicable for the project. It doesn't help the project get funding if it were to pull from another one of those buckets, if that makes sense. The project cost is the project cost. It doesn't really change like how that project would get funded, if that makes sense.
Yeah, under existing policy.
Under existing policy, right. Yeah.
Kat, were you going to say something?
I was just going to add that it doesn't because the money can move between categories, it doesn't really open up like a new avenue for funding or additional funds. But yeah, Sean's raising his eyebrows over there, so you must have a plan.
You make a good you make a good point. What I guess I was saying is like it's still CWCB funding in the water plan grant program. So you're not really leveraging more funding, whereas a multi-benefit project where you're leveraging resources and funding is in those partnerships, and the ability that all of the folks who are funding that project are putting match towards it. And that's where the funding leverage happens.
So maybe Pat can speak to it in terms of the Glade Reservoir project or Chimney Hollow, but for the South Platte specifically, those were back in the day, IPMPs, we wanted to see those happen. And you've all probably read that for Glade in particular, it's, you know, a challenge with the cost of everything to keep the old band together. It feels like with multi-benefit ranking higher, if and I could be speaking way out of turn, but if just all things being equal, if Glade came in as a single-use project and then you had another multi-use project, both in the South Platte, and the multi-use kind of ranked a little higher because it was multi-use and it outcompeted Glade, I think for a state perspective, keeping Northeast Colorado in its own backyard, developing its own water resources is good for all four corners of the state. And so why isn't that a big priority and on the same playing field as multi-benefit? That's kind of the conversation we had. And again, that gets into how the agency implements these ideas and in the water plan. So I don't want to go too deep in there, but I'm kind of showing my cards a little bit of I'm trying to play with these words to ultimately get to where we're embracing the idea that storage is just good.
Well, and to your point, Sean, if a project that big and that complex is looking for funding sources to bring down or ease the total cost of the project, there are elements of that project that are probably fit within the environmental bucket, within the storage bucket, within even maybe the watershed bucket. So that big complex project that's largely a storage project, I would think should be able to access other bits and pieces of the buckets.
I hear what you're saying, and I think the different buckets doesn't necessarily make the project more affordable. I would say I think the multi-benefit aspect of it is just one part of the application that we review, and the projects compete amongst their specific category that they're applying to. So I think there is, you know, there are more things than just multi-benefit, right? We weigh the importance of the project. There are other funding buckets as well, like not just the water plan grant program, that could fund some of this work as well. I just, yeah, I think like pulling $2 million from agriculture because there's some agriculture benefit and $10 million from storage and supply doesn't really, like, we would probably be able to fund that $12 million project, likely find a way to do that through existing policies, if that makes sense.
All right.
If it's 100 million, it doesn't, like, what I'm saying is pulling money from agriculture to fund a project that has agriculture benefit doesn't make the cost less because it's still one bucket of funding. It essentially would make an agriculture project that is $2 million unfundable, if that makes sense. Whereas we have the ability to move that funding around within those target allocations. They're just targets, and they're totally, like, if, you know, we have 10 million set aside and there's only 5 million in demand, it's not like we just are like, well, we're going to sit on that 5 million for next year. We move that 5 million where it's needed and try to allocate as much of the available funding as there are good projects for.
So to come back to our strategies, Alyssa, do you want to show the one you kind of compiled from the conversation? All right, scrolling. Oh, you deleted it. All right, so coming back to refining this priority, is this, or excuse me, strategy, does this still fit based on the conversation? Identify partnerships that create multi-benefit opportunities for development and operations of new and existing storage. Does it still fit? Discussion, Greg?
Well, I think it's kind of missing this, you know, maybe it's this balancing element that we were talking about, but that a lot of people have referenced that, you know, that's great and not to the detriment of, you know, excellent single subject, single party projects. So it's a balancing right? And getting away, which I think already happens. I think that's what we're hearing. But I don't think it's wrong to call it out or to emphasize it. Like, this is important. We wouldn't want to see it go even further towards requiring multi-benefit.
So adding to that final statement and not to the detriment or something kind of like that, and not to the detriment, Mark?
Just in result instead of identify. Real quick, I think in topic 6, we would be taking out potentially single benefit storage development. And so I think this is kind of in addition to, this is specifically talking about, oh, there's multi-benefit, multi-purpose stuff that's out there. Yeah, we want to promote that. And then there's, like you're saying, a lot of storage that's developed that is single purpose, single beneficiary. And that needs to be promoted too, because in a lot of places, that's all what it is. It's really about meeting a certain need that's been identified, and that a project proponent is willing to put in, the money and the work to develop it.
Yeah.
So not excluding that, does this strategy still stand for you all? Ken?
Well, no, I think the identifier is too prescriptive. I think what we were talking about is encourage the partnerships, not require them. And that, and identify kind of implies that you are required to do that. And we want to encourage that. And that way it doesn't become a prescriptive requirement that you have to fulfill.
All right, so now we've got encourage single and multi-benefit opportunities for development and operations of new and existing storage. Does that bring in what was missing? Discussion. Angie.
I mean, by encouraging single and multi-benefit, like, we don't even need to say single and multi-benefit, right? It would just be encourage opportunities for the development and operations of new and existing storage, which brings me to the fact that, we're talking about fostering awareness of opportunities in this new 4. So I liked the way it was prior to the single, because I think what Mark, you were saying, it's like we're not saying that a single project can't come forward. We're just trying to foster and promote people considering and helping people identify those opportunities if they exist. We're not requiring it. We're just, hey, there's an awareness. There's an opportunity for you to partner. That's how in the spirit of the spirit.
Jeff, Sam, and then Carrie. Thank you.
I guess my only comment would be, I feel like as we're workshopping this, maybe we're getting a little bit further away from the kind of overarching statement. So I maybe just be.
All right, so the overarching statement. So again, this doesn't have to be everything, but, and maybe this overarching statement needs to shift to incorporate number 6. However, we have 3 minutes left in our discussion time for today. So for our next step, Carrie, yeah, you had your card up, so you're the last one that gets to speak, and then we'll wrap it up.
Oh, okay. I guess I feel like we're missing something in that statement if you go down about partnerships. And I think that was one of the big things that we saw in these bullet points, is that we're encouraging partnership opportunities. And I think that's where the really good stuff happens with some of these things that were outlined for flexibility and moving forward and creative ideas and innovations.
All right, so where we're landing at right now for this number 5 in identify multi-benefit opportunities for storage and infrastructure needs, the strategy right now is encourage partnership opportunities for development and operations of new and existing storage. We're going to do a temperature check and see where we land. So yep, this is like a good draft. I'm confident with this draft. This needs a ton of work, or I cannot live with this. I have a major problem here. All right. You did it. You got us another strategy. Well done. Good job. Yes, you all deserve a round of applause because this is a lot of hard work getting through this, and this is productive. Thank you all. Good work. Kat's going to follow up with the next steps because unfortunately, Alyssa and I have to bail now and we have to head to the airport. So I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Kelsey. Thank you, Alyssa. This was a lot to get through. Safe travels to the airport. I think the next item we have here is our subcommittee report out, I believe. So we have Sean and Ken planning to speak to that. Where is our slide advancer? It's somewhere in this room. Thanks, Jeff. As far as next steps go for the items that we have here, I just want to note that we will be compiling all of this, and we will share it back to you in a one-page kind of write-up from today, in addition to the meeting minutes, so that you can take this back to the roundtables for further discussion from here.
How soon can we expect?
That would probably come out right around the time the meeting minutes come out, I would assume, in 10 days or so.
Ken, I'll kick it off and, okay. So first off, raise your hand if you're on the subcommittee. So basically it's this meeting, which was by design, because everybody has a lot to say on it, and I think there's space to be had, or space for a conversation to be had as to how often the subcommittee meets going forward. But we got a lot of people, and not everybody attends every meeting, but we do get through a lot in a short order, and I thank everybody for their participation. Next slide, please. So this is the current schedule. You'll notice the top three there: storage and water plan scenarios, protecting Colorado agriculture, and water conservation. You recall, even at the full IBCC, there was talk of perhaps agriculture just was difficult in having that discussed in June, and whether or not we were organized enough as roundtables and IBCC to truly honor that schedule. So next slide, please. The subcommittee then talked about changing that all up, and go ahead and click on the next one, Jeff, and then the next one. So you could kind of see in that yellowish highlight, the real change is you see storage and water plan scenarios from February of 06 on the right, moves to June 26, where we are today. And then June 26 to the left of protecting Colorado agriculture, that becomes October of 26, but a different category: water conservation, efficiency, and land use planning. And there was an email sent out to this effect from the subcommittee saying this was our recommendation. And I know some of the roundtables, including mine, we've already made that aware of to the roundtable membership, and there seems to be a great appreciation from an ag perspective that that switch would happen. So then October of 26 to the left on water conservation efficiency, that gets changed to February 27, protecting Colorado agriculture. So a bit of a shift there, but unless there's, I don't know, the two people that aren't on the subcommittee that sit at this meeting or an objection to it, then you can fight that fight. Next slide, please. So I said I wanted to put a placeholder in for these. What I said were options. I was looking for the word approaches, is what we called them, and that's the word I was digging for. So we just went through approach number one, which was the roundtables. Really, it starts at the basin roundtables, and they're coming up with some detailed what we couched today as actions, but you'll see what the subcommittee talked about is there a different approach? Option one or approach number one led to that second column, CWCB staff, and that's that document that we're referring to today. So thanks again to the staff for putting it all together. They synthesized all that. They generated those common threads. So the subcommittee talked about, is that the most efficient way? Was that necessarily what we wanted to intend, even though we're here? Would it be too late to build this plane perhaps in a different way? And that became approach number two. The real differences in my mind, and I asked Jeff to highlight it, is the bold between the approach number one and approach number two. And if you look at under basin roundtables, where it's approach number one, local and regional significances, you'll see it's local water challenges, local and regional importance at the roundtable. And then you see the IBCC on approach number two showing up instead of CWCB staff. And so really what we did today, the struggle we had to kind of keep it a high level, we're going to be almost pushing back down to the roundtables and say, hey, you know what? Go ahead and focus on local and regional. Get into the details and the weeds, but we as IBCC members need to understand it at a high level so that we can bring it back and start talking about those strategies from a statewide perspective. So it's a bit of a twist on how we have done it. For the Cell Plat Roundtable, we actually started doing that at our June meeting this week ago, and we interestingly enough came around to much of what you see and what the staff put together. So I don't know if the facilitators are all in collusion or something, or we all think the same way and we pretend we think differently. But either way, we all came to the same place. So I think there's a pathway there that even if we're doing it a little differently or instructing the roundtables differently, this slide in my mind is really critically important to you as IBCC members. If your roundtables are like mine, they're basically saying we could do it whatever way you want to do it. Which way do you want to do it, IBCC? So this is the way that the subcommittee is recommending, is we take the approach number two. I'm going to open it up to questions after maybe the next slide and ask Ken to chime in as well. So here it is, the going forward. This is approach number two, and we can come back to that. Next one. Is that the example one? Is the next one? Okay. So yeah, I think that would be helpful. Yes, thank you. So this is on water conservation. I asked Jeff to put this together, and it as I said earlier, perhaps just cathartic therapy for Sean, but I just like seeing examples and being able to sort of walk them through what we're being asked to do. So this is an example of water conservation and efficiency. Is the roundtables would be that raw conservation input from the roundtables, and you see it just as examples where they get very specific for each of the roundtables. And then we as the IBCC would go to that bottom no and low regret statement and explore opportunities to integrate water and land use planning in Colorado. And I think we got pretty good at doing that today. And I think getting all the input from the roundtables that's very specific will help us. And it largely looks like what we did today. It's just in a slightly different approach in terms of how we're interacting with the roundtable. So I'll pause there, ask Ken if he's got additional things to add to that, and perhaps staff, and then open up to questions. Ken? Good. All right. Did I misstate anything, or do you want to add color or clarifications? Yep.
I'll maybe just clarify. These are all totally made up, so don't take them personally. It was just sort of an example, high level theoretical example. So, sorry, Rick and Lisa, if I didn't characterize the Metro's approach or any of you in this room. Totally ignored. Yeah. Yeah. No, just want to clarify so that,
So
can't take a beating.
Questions of the IBCC? Exhausted them.
I'll maybe just add a little bit of color here, is that no and low regret statement will be like the drafting of that and coming up with that language, drafting the language for the statement would happen here at the IBCC rather than you having a list of draft language from CWCB staff or from the basin roundtables, and it'll just be built into our process here in these meetings.
So unless there's questions or another conversation folks want to have, I'll add, I think the subcommittee ought to continue to meet. I think we learned some things today. I think staff finds value in kind of using us as a sounding board, and by the show of hands, it's basically the IBCC that they're sounding off on. So I think there's good value there. I volunteered or voluntold to be chair. I will not be able to be chair July through August. I'm going to be gone, mostly out of country, so I won't be participating in anything. So if there is a desire to meet, then we look for somebody to volunteer to sort of chair, facilitate that meeting. But I think you ought to capitalize on the momentum. If there's something to talk about, that the group should get together. And I think it's been largely ad hoc of like, let's try to find a date that we think everyone could work. I don't think we've done too many doodles, and I think it's largely worked. There's been a few here and there that can't participate, but we usually get a majority, and I think there's a lot of value there.
Yeah, it became even more challenging to just coordinate everybody's schedule. So just choosing a date was pretty helpful. And at all 3 meetings from February to this time, we've had pretty broad representation from around the state, at least one person from each roundtable, which I think is a really good representation of this body here.
And one from Arizona.
And we are reaching across the Intermountain West. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's been great. Yeah. Jim, did you have? Okay.
That's a statement that needs some strategies.
Stratament.
If staff has any additional instructions or advice or tutorial that they would like to provide to the IBCC reps prior to their basin roundtable meetings, that would always be appreciated.
When is yours?
We're third week.
Second week.
No,
Second
I'm sorry.
Wednesday.
That's my other
Second Wednesday.
basin roundtable
of
is second Wednesday.
Odd months.
So, go ahead.
I was just gonna maybe add like this is to create some efficiencies here for this body, and to allow us more time to kind of flesh out the nuance inherently baked into all of this discussion. And it's not meant to dictate how the roundtables or your roundtables go about talking about this or the discussion at the roundtable. It really is just a little bit more direction for you all to kind of get to that end product for what you need to bring to this meeting so that we can have efficient, productive conversations.
Could you go back? Keep going, go again, go. Yeah, there. So one thing that, as Jeff and I have continued to touch base and try to mind meld our way of thinking about this, that I want to emphasize, and this is for people in this room, that when you're talking to your roundtables, I know the South Platte at times was guilty of sort of censoring itself on ideas that were really South Platte centric, that they thought no way in heck our IBCC reps will get that done at a statewide level. So they just didn't even talk about it. And what this is really trying to emphasize is, no, you ought to do that. Let your IBCC reps censor that information at some point, and that's part of the negotiations, conversations we'd have here. But it's a worthwhile exercise for the roundtables to do that work, because it will not be for naught. It can go into the BIP. So do it, take advantage of having the facilitators and the great engagement we've had at the roundtables since Low and Low Regrets got launched. Take advantage of all that, start building some specific things, more TMDs, stuff that, statewide's going to fly. So list it for your roundtable, and then let your IBCC reps deal with the consequences of trying to translate that statewide.
Yeah, I'll just maybe add, I've been as guilty as anyone going around the state talking about this effort and saying project specific ideas will not be no and low regrets. And I think that was maybe interpreted to say like don't have those discussions, where I think having those project level discussions at the roundtable is a great place to have those. The work becomes, you just have to tease out what is informing that need for that project. Is it a key principle or a priority for the basin? And just kind of taking it from the really granular project specific up a level, and maybe to make it so that we can have those discussions here without immediate like, no, can't support that.
Question. So going forward, there was a October 20th was going to be the sort of C9E, and that's October 8th now. And it's
October
not
8th.
C9. Oh, it was the 8th. Okay. No, our group last night had it on a different date because Greg planned his hunting around it. It was always the 8th. Yeah. Yeah. But you can still go on the 8th. They cleared that with you. Okay. So regardless of Greg's hunting schedule, so are we having this, the conservation conversation on the 8th?
Yes.
Full wonderful day like this?
A wonderful day like this.
Okay.
Just some additional context to that. We are preparing some roundtable presentations. I think Kevin and Jenna are working on kind of like a synopsis of some conservation efficiency land use work that's happened, that they can present to the roundtables just to kind of inform these conversations going forward. And, I hope that you all will be having these conversations around conservation, land use, efficiency at your roundtable, pulling out those principles, priorities, so that you can bring them into that conversation on the 8th. And we'll also have a reception, and we'll also have, maybe additional speakers to follow the general meeting.
And we're aware that that's the 8th is the third day of the Sustaining Colorado Watershed Conference.
Yeah, as I mentioned, we're hoping to kind of capitalize on having people there in that, we're going to be in Vail. It's an
Oh,
evening.
it is going to be a
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, we're trying to build some synergy.
And then Friday would be this 1177 fall meeting or whatever.
No, the 8th is the Thursday, and our IBCC meeting would be on Thursday, and then followed by a reception that evening.
Okay, I guess I'm confused because I thought I heard you say earlier when you were talking about this that you were contemplating 2 days.
We had contemplated that at one point. I think because of staff capacity restrictions and just we've been, managing drought response and several other things over the last and our technical update. We were hoping to do a 1-day event.
Okay. And that would be not
On the 8th.
on the 8th, and it would not be a fall meeting. It would just be an IBCC meeting.
It would be an IBCC meeting followed by a reception with speakers. I think with that, unless Sean or Ken, go ahead, Ken.
So Sean kind of left us on a committee meeting in between now and October 8th. I was going to say, with Sean gone, I think we should have one more that you would work around board meetings and other things. In other words, probably one shot between now and October. And I was just gonna maybe poll, should we tackle number 6 in there and maybe even 4? at least work on it and maybe bring something back on the 8th, or I don't know where it comes back.
I'll just maybe add, the subcommittee's been meeting at roughly about a monthly cadence. It's been a decent lift for CWCB staff to support those, and I think we can still do that. Do we need 4 or 5 meetings before October? I don't know, but I think the subcommittee would be a great forum to continue this discussion of the statements that are left over and continue kind of developing some strategies, and we could potentially send those out to the full membership to get some buy-in via email and stuff like that, and potentially start with that in October or something like that. But I think that's a good idea and potentially a great segue into just kind of wrapping up this meeting.
So would we have Kelsey join us potentially?
Potentially, I think she could, yeah. And I think, we could maybe support that too, just through CWCB staff capacity too. Kelsey's been a regular attendee to the subcommittee meetings, mostly just to kind of follow along, but I do think we could potentially get some support from her for that.
Great.
Sean, you said you were not available during August, September? July, August. But you'd be back September? Okay.
I had a question. I know originally protecting Colorado agriculture was supposed to be at this session. And my understanding was at February's, we decided to do more of the storage today like we did. But I thought that just bumped every one of those down.
That's a great point, Tom. Originally it did. We talked with some stakeholders and felt that October would be a pretty poor time for producers to participate in that discussion. And so by kind of just reconfiguring the schedule, it not only gives us another opportunity to kind of go through this process and refine it a little bit more, but it also potentially allows more time for producers to participate in the roundtable lead up discussions and or the discussions at the IBCC. As we were thinking about taking on the agriculture discussion in October, you start there and then you back up to the roundtable meetings. That's having those discussions at the roundtable meetings right now in the middle of the summer when you all are very, very busy. And then the fall also quite busy trying to wrap things up for the season and all that stuff. So we're busy year round. Yeah. Good point. Good point. So just an opportunity to try to increase engagement around having some producers be engaged in those discussions.
And having said that, well, then when would that be, Jeff?
Usually it's like late February is when the IBCC meeting falls, but we don't know when that is yet, but it would be February 2027.
You would do the protecting ag?
Yeah, here at this meeting.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Gotcha. All right. Thanks.
At the direction of Robert and some of his team at CDA, we've already been kind of starting to brainstorm some ideas to get the word out to producers a little bit better and more clearly to, try to increase some engagement that way too.
Sounds good. Thank you.
One of the questions that we've kicked around is just like, who are we trying to reach out to? I mean, are we asking for the feedback that we provide through this process to be only the members of the IBCC, or excuse me, only of the Basin Roundtables? Or are we inviting special guests like our conservation districts that maybe are not currently represented, or other municipalities or other entities or just interested parties? Sean, it sounds like you guys had a system of using specific roundtable members commenting or voting, and then you also had non-members that we're also voting. I'm just kind of curious if there's a standard system. We've debated that and don't have any clear direction.
I might jump in here and, in the interest of time, note that we've been intentionally allowing roundtables to kind of approach these conversations in a way that suits their roundtable. I think that some roundtables have found that bringing in a lot of additional people presents some challenges around how do they count ideas and, count support. I think the shift to this new process of trying to identify priorities and principles that are important to the roundtables and allowing IBCC members to use their discretion and judgment coming to the meeting to bring forth ideas that are important to the roundtable and the stakeholders there helps navigate some of that challenge. And I think I'll pause there. And if there are no other comments around process, I think we can turn it over to Becky for our closing thoughts.
Perfect. Well, sorry. It's like the Zoom. You're on mute. I just want to thank everybody for time and dedication today. The effort is intended to build over time, and hopefully we can get to everything. And I appreciate everybody's willingness to continue to refine both the process and the conversation as we move forward. The joining of the CWCB board members was a big deal today. And I think, I don't know if you all noticed, but Taylor Hawes was here, Greg Johnson was here, John McLeod was on all online, Dan Gibbs came by and others. So I just want to make sure that you realize people are watching and wondering how this is going to go and hopeful. Remember, the work that we do here takes some work off of the plate of others. And so I think that's an important piece to remember. I think we made meaningful progress. And more importantly, though, I think we're gaining a clearer understanding of the level at which we're developing our no and low regret statements and strategies, and are beginning to distinguish between broad guiding statements and then guiding strategies that can help advance actionable progress. So I'm hoping that we can still maintain flexibility for CWCB and DNR and other partners to determine best path forward. Just to recap a little bit of the success today, though, really importantly, like we sat here for a day, but we did come up with a no and low regret statement supporting the rehabilitation of aging infrastructure, along with the couple strategies to support that. We also had the second statement identifying multi-benefit opportunities for storage and infrastructure needs and the strategies associated with that, or one strategy. And then there's some things in the parking lot discussing a potential future statement, and we'll get there. I know Kelsey's not here, so I can talk bad about her, but she won't let us forget what we've committed to. So we will get back to that. We made great progress today in reaching consensus on those two things, though, and their strategies. And so I'm hoping and propose that we continue to move forward to further the conversations. I had on my list the October 8th to make sure that everybody had that, but we had a lengthy discussion on that. And I think that is all that I have, except for Luke brought apricots. So you should grab some on the way out. If you are one of the normal people that loves apricots. If you don't, you know who you are. He might need protection walking to the car, because who doesn't love apricots, right? But, yes. If we had water, those would be as big as peaches, but we don't right now. So I think that's all I have. But again, thank you all. And a particular thank you to the subcommittee, which is actually this group. So with a little less supervision. So I think that's it.
Thank you. Oh,
Anything closing?
we did skip over our opportunity for public comment. So we can give that now. Well,
Bueller.
Are there any public comments? Great. Hearing no public comments, I think we can close today's meeting. Thank you all.